Hola, Yuppie, everybody! Gosh, sorry for the very slight delay. I had to do some stuff before I started, and then when I sat down like at 30 to start, I was like, oh no, I forgot my water. I have to stay hydrated for the stream, especially because I'm reading a lot. Also, thank you a lot for the stream, for the raid, Nate. I really appreciate it. And hello. I hope you're all doing fine. We are gonna continue reading Umineko. I am in chapter 2 right now. And let me see. Let me try to remember exactly where we were last time. Okay, so to recap, what happened last time was Beatrice introduced the red truth mechanic in the game, which between her and Battler. So this means when Beatrice says something in red text, it means it is the truth and cannot be denied. Then the characters found Jessica dead, but Cannon's corpse was missing, so they started suspecting Cannon and the other furnitures, especially Rosa. And then a fake Cannon appeared, killed Nanjo and Kumasawa, and now we have 2 teams left, which is Team Ushiromiya, which is Rosa, Battler, George, and Maria. And then we have the furniture or servant team, which is Shannon, Genji, and Goda. So I assume we are close to the end of chapter 2, and I'm hoping I finish it tonight. Let me know if the volume is okay, by the way. There she is! Poor thing! No! Let him comfort her! Also, I really love this track. It's called Dead Angle, and it's definitely one of my favorites. How is he gonna explain? Well, a fake Cannon appeared and killed Kumasawa and Nanjo. I love how Genji's like, yeah, well, I'm not trying either. It was a Cannon double, I guess, made by Beatrice.
あなたが出会ったのは昨夜から所在不明の魔女ベアトリーチェか行方不明になっているカノン君かのどちらかしかありえない男か女かそれだけでも答えられるでしょう
Well, but what if they were non-binary? What then?
ローザおばちゃん少し落ち着けって目の前で2人やられりゃ誰だって混乱だってする
Yeah, like Nanjo's and Kumasawa's throats were slit like in a split second.
焦らなくていいぜ何があったのか順を追って話してくれそれが何を私は言えばいいのか
Why is this track so good? Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san had been killed. We understood that much. And it seemed that it had occurred in front of these people's eyes. But even so, they spoke awkwardly. They admitted that they had definitely seen the crime with their own eyes. But when asked to explain what they had seen, their mouths went suddenly shut. I couldn't understand why Aunt Rosa was irritated and flaring up.
Shannon, 君は見たのかい南條先生が襲われるところ。
はい。Who was it? Yes.
わかることだけでもいい。一体何があったの？
勝手口に来たんです。
To the back door, yes.
そうです。勝手口に誰かがやってきたんです。そして誰だろうと私は扉を。
Are they gonna say what I think they're saying? They're gonna say it's canon after all?
勝手口に誰か？それは誰？
最後まで言わせてやれ。それからそいつは血まみれで大怪我をしていました。私たちは
Say it!
使用に運び、すぐに南條先生が手当てをしました。そのとても深い傷でした。
だからそれは誰のことなの？
Yeah, at this rate, I don't think Rosa will believe them, but
確かに
what can they
最
say?
初はそうだと思っていました。いや、今でもそうだと思ってるんです。でもあれは一体わからない。わからない。
In a manner that didn't match his large body, Goda held his head and scratched at it. I didn't have a clue if he was confused because he couldn't remember, or because he'd seen something terrifying and couldn't accept it. I'd say it's the latter, and Shannon looked the same way. If she let her guard down, what she'd seen just a short while ago would quickly melt away like a daydream, and she wouldn't be able to remember anything. That's what she looked like. Only Genji looked composed as usual. Yes, Genji is our man. So the questions were naturally directed at him. However, even Genji took quite some time before he spoke, and he had to gather his thoughts.
源氏さん、あなたは見たんでしょう。勝手口に来たのは誰？
はじめ、私たちはその人物がカノンであると信じました。
Oh shit! He said it!
ほら、やっぱり生きていたでしょ。私の推理は正しかった。
Oh, but is he gonna say like, yeah, well, but Kanon said you killed him and Jessica?
はじめはってことは、後にその認識は変わるってこと？
はい。その後に起こったことは口では説明できません。南條先生と熊沢を殺し、そして姿を消しました。その時、彼は間違いなくカノンではありませんでした。
そうなんです。
Rosa is definitely not gonna buy this, I know it.
言う通りなんですよ。口ではとても説明できない。
君も同じ意見なのかい？
はい、私も同じことしか申し上げられません。
Oh, for Shannon it must be especially hard. If we give their claims the benefit of the doubt, it means that Aunt Rosa's first conclusion was correct. Kanon had appeared near the back door to the kitchen with a serious injury. Then he had been taken to the servant room and cared for. And after that, something terrifying had happened. So were these people so convinced that Kanon couldn't possibly have done such a thing that they'd started to suspect whether it had even been Kanon-kun after all? In other words, that means Kanon-kun did appear. No matter how confused they are, no matter how they muddle their words, that's what it means in the end. So does that mean that after all, Kanon-kun used some trick to escape that room even though it was locked? No, that doesn't matter anymore. The real problem is that Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san were killed. Aunt Rosa has claimed that Kanon-kun was behind this from the very beginning. No matter how confused these people are, no matter how much they try to deny it, they're halfway confirming that she was right. But even so, for some reason, I felt like their awkwardness couldn't be explained by confusion alone. What did they see? Like they said, they really see something that couldn't be explained with words? Aunt Rosa, who decided that further talk wouldn't get us anywhere, concluded her question had said she wanted to check the two bodies. That was something I'd been wanting to do too. The witnesses had been unable to figure anything out, but they'd been shaken. If those of us who hadn't been at the scene calmly looked at the corpses, we might find something. But it was a little surprising to learn that our Aunt Rosa was also concerned about the bodies. Even at this point, I still wanted to use any clues I could find to expose the culprit, not explode the culprit. We can't explode the culprit. That's not a thing. Oh god. I could find to expose the culprit and the truth myself. Marathon suddenly appeared. Yes, the Beatrice shows up and the Marathon is there. But it should have been different in Aunt Rosa's case. Hasn't Aunt Rosa prioritized staying safe over finding the culprit? I couldn't really see why she would go to all the trouble of leaving our barricade in the parlor just because she wanted to check the bodies. I don't know. Oh no! Oh! Is she trying to solve the epitaph? Ooh!
ベアトリーチェの問題？何のことだよ。俺にも教えてくれよ。
ローザおばさん、マリアちゃんも連れて行くんですか？
I mean, I'd assume she wouldn't leave Maria alone. That's the least she could do. It seemed that George Aniki was against the idea of bringing Maria to the bloody crime scene. You shouldn't leave her alone either, though, George. Come on. There's a murderer running around. But considering that Maria would be all alone if left here, it'd surely be much safer to take Maria with us. Yes, thank you. In the end, it was just Aniki's irresponsible humanism. We decided that all of us, including Maria, would go to the servant room. Let's go! What's gonna happen here? The bed in the servant room was stained with bright red blood. No, not just the bed. The whole room was covered with a gruesome paint from countless body stains. That dreadful scene alone was enough to give us an idea of the repulsive sight they've been trying to describe. No, you can't look!
マリアちゃんは僕と一緒にここで待ってよね。
George is a good older brother figure. George Aniki was standing by the entrance, covering Maria's eyes with his back to the room. He probably didn't want to dirty an innocent girl's retinas with the repulsive blood in this room. What a way to describe it! To dirty an innocent girl's retinas! It's okay, you can write eyes! That was surely the correct decision. I was acting though tough right now, so I didn't mind. But for the rest of my life, whenever I see red paint scattered around, I'll probably remember this room and start to vomit. My retinas have already had this room burned into them. In other words, it's already too late for me. I have been consumed by the tomatoes. What happened? Right after they entered the servant room, Goda-san and Shannon-chan trembled. We shook, wondering what horrible new situation had arisen to make them tremble again. The bodies are gone, right? Aunt Rosa also shuddered, raising her gun high, and searched for whatever it was that made them shudder. But she couldn't find it. It was only natural. They were trembling because they couldn't find it. The bodies are gone! Oh shit! Well, now Rosa's gonna suspect them. Well, it means either the culprit came back, or Rosa's like, well, so it was you servants who killed them to begin with. Yes, Nanjo and Masawa simply were like, oh, it's just a scratch on my neck, and just stood up and went they went elsewhere, went back to the kitchen, are eating the soup that Goda made before.
ゴーダさんが開けて入ったわけじゃないか。
Well, yeah, he
っ
did.
てことはなんだ、ジェシカの部屋と同じってことかよ。
Yes, another lost room mystery.
そんなバカな。
私にも何のことやらさっぱり。
I've been dealing with closed room mysteries since I started Umineko, and then I played Great Ace Attorney with my boyfriend too, and there were also locked room mysteries there. Like, I can't take this anymore.
私たちはこの部屋を出るとき、
No more locked room mysteries, please.
私こそ何が何やらもうわからないのです。
There was a timid, pitiful smile on Goda-san's face that he definitely wouldn't have let show normally. Shannon was the same.
二人の死体が消えた。
Yes, they did.
しかも鍵をかけたのに消えた。仮にカノン君が犯人だとしても、カノン君はマスターキーをもう持ってないはず。
That is
違いま
true.
す。
Or?
カ
Okay.
ノン君は犯人じゃありません。
Oh, okay, so that's what you're objecting.
シャノン、僕はシャノンを信じるよ。
Good boy George believes her, but I don't think anyone else will. The poor thing.
カノン君は犯人なんかじゃない。きっとこれは彼によく似た何者かの仕業なんだ。
Oh yeah? Whom? But whom?
いいえ、カノン君はマスターキーを手に入れられたわよ。だって彼のマスターキーはジェシカちゃんの遺体のポケットから見つかった。
Oh.
そしてその鍵は誰が手に入れた？
The culprit did, but
そうだ。
the question is who was it?
南條先生が。
That's right. Back then, it definitely was Dr. Nanjo who searched through Jessica's clothes and found the master key. So if someone had the opportunity to search Dr. Nanjo's corpse, it would have been easy for them to take the master key back. Aunt Rosa searched under the bed and in the locker. By now, I also understood what that meant. If he assumed there are two culprits, this can easily be explained. The first person was Kanon-kun, or maybe an imposter who looked like him. He finished off Dr. Nanjo and ran off somewhere. The second person was probably the 19th person, Beatrice, whose location was unknown. That person hid under the bed in the servant room beforehand, and while Dr. Nanjo's body was enshrined here, they waited for Genji's son and the rest to leave. Then later they crawled out, took the master key back from Dr. Nanjo's pocket, and carried the two corpses away for some reason. If they then locked the door with the master key, you'd end up with this closed room. Yeah, that's the way.
ジェシカの部屋の推理を前提になかなか素早く組み立ててきたものよ。その方法なら魔法でなくても密室は作り出せよ。
I will say this again and again, but I really love Beatrice's voice.
まずは及第点というところか。しかし実に面白いが、お前は一つ忘れてはならぬことがあるぞ。
Her voice actress is just chef's kiss.
お前の言う方法で犯人がマスターキーを取り返したなら、その犯人はマスターキーをジェシカの遺体から南條が回収したことを知っていたことになる。
That means it's one of you.
言われなくても分かってるぜ。あの時、あの場にいた人物以外知り得ない情報だって言いてんだろ。
So we have two options. Either Kanon was dead at that time, which he was, as we saw in a few episodes ago, and the real culprit walked into the room or was part of the group, and then used that information.
この第三の密室があっさり破られちまったもんで、そういう手で俺に闇を言うしかねえんだろ。同じネタの繰り返しは芸がないぜ。
That's true. Please no more locked room mysteries. I'm dying. I may have managed to bluff, but that move of the witches hurt bad. I can tell that I'm cracking under the thing I want to deny the most. This person trying to close in on me from two directions. On the one hand, there's the frontal attack, where she tries to force me to believe there's a witch using closed room tricks that only a witch could do. On the other hand, there's the rear attack, where she tries to lure me into wanting a witch to exist, by strengthening my suspicions of those close to me. In the first closed room, the Chapelles used the frontal attack, but it didn't work on me. So by the second closed room and now the third closed room, she's definitely changing the direction of her attack. Hello, Yuppie! How you doing? However, the fact that she is changing the direction of her attack proves that my resistance is having some effect. And she must have given up on the frontal attack because she clearly can't win with it. I tried to settle my unease by thinking these things, but apparently the witch had seen through me long ago. Well, Batter, you have to accept the truth.
成功法は書かぬ。絡めては成功法と同時に進めてこそ意味がある。
That's true.
絡め
A
てのみ
sandwich
に達
attack.
するは手段が目的となった時に起こる愚策に過ぎぬぞ。
そうですかい。じゃあお得意の赤で何者かが使用人室に隠れていたを復唱してもらおうじゃないか。
Nah.
その必要はない。
There is no
お
need.
前の推理の前提は今から崩れる。
Oh, snap! Let's go!
お
Galaxy Brain chess moves.
拒否かよ。やっぱり誰かが隠れていたんだな。
Nah, I don't think it's that
ローザ
simple.
が今からお前の前提を崩す。
Oh shit! Oh no!
まあ耳を傾けてみよ。
I'm scared. What does this mean? Well, Rosa has a gun. Is she just gonna shoot people?
信じてください、ローザ様。確かにここに2人の遺体を安置したんです。この床の真っ赤な血は彼らのものなのです。
Aunt Rosa began to search through various objects around the room, her back to Goda-san as he cried out in supplication. Eventually, she found something and for a while stopped moving. What did she find? Is it a handkerchief?
私たちは断じて嘘などついては。
I think she found Shannon's handkerchief with the spider web on
間違
it.
いなく2人の遺体はここにあったんです。
静かに。死体を隠した本人が死体はよそに持ち去ったと告白しているわ。
Oh?
これでね。
With this, Rosa showed them a single sheet of paper over her shoulder. Oh shit, it's a handkerchief!
それは一体。
A handkerchief.
まさか。
Oh, okay, never
礼拝堂
mind.
にあったのと同じ紋章入りの封筒の手紙。
Oh no.
ええ、そうよ。ここに堂々と置いてあったわ。
Uh-oh.
後ろ宮家の皆様、黄金の碑文の謎解きはいよいよ佳境に入りましたでしょうか。
How nice of Beatrice to read the letter for us.
皆さんに私を止めることができる唯一の方法が碑文の謎を解くことなのです。
Oh, it's
それ以
time?
外のいかなる方法をもってしても私と儀式を止めることはできません。くれぐれも皆さんの目的をお間違いなきようよろしくお願い申し上げます。私を探そうとも無駄、私から逃れようとも無駄、私を否定しようとも無駄なのです。黄金のベアトリーチェ。
Oh shit.
追伸、2人の遺体を儀式にお借りします。
Oh
後ほどご
no.
返却いたしますのでご容赦をお願いいたします。あとこの鍵は皆様のものですのでご返却いたします。
Oh, two keys were left here, okay? As Rosa read that aloud, the contents of the envelope lay exposed on the palm of her hand. They were two master keys. The master key that Nanjo had found in Jessica's pocket, which had originally been Kanon's, and Kumasawa's master key.
なんだと。
Well, shit.
ことはどういうことだよ。
Oh shit, we're fucked.
叫んだよ、またかよ。またマスターキーを持ってる使用人しか疑えないってのかよ。
Yes, that's right.
わらわは赤では言ってはおらぬぞ。彼らがこの部屋に施錠をして去った時、この部屋に何者かが隠れていた可能性を
Oh
否定しては
no.
おらぬぞ。
She's gonna make it intentionally difficult for Battler. What a genius.
ベッドの下にでも隠れれば死体をどこかへ運び出すのはできないことじゃない。
Like, the red truth means she can only speak the truth, but you are allowed to lie by omission, right?
しかしそれじゃ施錠ができない。わざわざ手に入れたマスターキーをここへ置いてっちまって。
After all, the less information, the better it is for Battler, right? Sorry, the worse it is for Battler.
忘れてた。この部屋の本来の鍵である使用人室の鍵はどうなっている？
それなら使用人室の奥のキーボックスに収められているぞ。
Oh, there we go.
使用人室の鍵は数本あるが、そのすべてがキーボックスに収められている。
Uh-oh. Oh
って
shit.
ことはジェシカの部屋の鍵の時と状況は何も変わらないってことか。使用人も便利なマスターキーがあれば不要な鍵はわざわざ持ち歩かないもんな。キーボックスにしまわれっぱなしになってるのも納得だぜ。
Oh no, I wouldn't know who to suspect in here.
その他の条件も何も変わらぬ。出入りは唯一の扉と唯一の窓から以外は不可能。
Oh, single
故
window.
に隠し扉などの不正規な出入り手段は否定される。
Okay, the window is an option then,
喜べ
maybe.
名探偵ども。そしてそれらはいずれも施錠されていた。
Oh shit.
扉も窓も施錠時にはいかなる出入りも許さない。つまり施錠を維持したまま扉を外す、隙間を作ってすり抜けるなどなどは通用しないということだ。当然だが扉の開錠は使用人室の鍵とマスターキー以外は不可能。
Does Kinzo have a master
読み上
key?
げるのも面倒だの。
It would make sense for him to have one, right? That's the only other possibility I can think of.
一言に略す言葉でも考えよう。
だがこの部屋に誰かが隠れていたことは復唱できねえだろ。
Oh, what if she actually does it this time?
しかしそれだけでは密室の扉が破れない。
That's true.
ああ、クソクソ。ダメだダメだ、全然ダメだ。
お得意のチェス盤をひっくり返すとやらはどうした
I don't blame him because this one is a little bit
自
trickier.
慢の陳説をぜひ披露してみよう。
There is a possibility that someone is
チェ
hiding,
ス盤を
but
ひっくり返す。
I'm also trying to wonder if Kinzo has a
俺が
master
犯人
key.
ならどうする。死体をどこかへ運び出す。手紙を。
Otherwise it has to be like, one of the servants,
内側
right?
から鍵を閉める。ここから何かの方法で部屋を脱出すればいいんだ。くそ、そんな方法はあるのか。扉と窓以外からは外に出られないと赤で言われちまってる。
Oh! At that moment, I got it. That's right. The culprit carried away the corpses, left the letter, and since they didn't use a hidden door, they weren't able to escape. That's it. This isn't a question, it's an answer.
ベアト、復唱要求の前にお前の言う隠し扉の定義を確認したい。
Oh?
何を思いついたやら。
Oh no.
よかろう。説明する。隠し扉とは知らぬ人間が認識できぬ出入り口のことであろうが。
Okay.
そんなこと子供でも知っておろう。
つまり部屋の外に出られなかったらそれは隠し扉じゃないってことだよな。
Oh, is he gonna say something like, what's it called in English? An Abstellkammer?
ほう。
Like, yeah, storage room or something of the sort, a closet?
そうきたか。
俺は犯人は密室から抜け出したものだとばかり思っていた。違うんだ。
Oh?
犯人だって密室からだから隠れてやり過ごそうとした。
That makes sense. During the second closed room, I tried applying the theory to Kanon-kun, but after hearing Kanon-kun was killed in red, I gave it up. After that, I proposed that a third person might have been in the room before escaping through a hidden door. And then, for the first time, I was faced with the red claim that no hidden doors exist. Now move from there to what I've just learned. That term, hidden door, refers to things that make it possible to enter or leave a room. In other words, that category doesn't cover things that don't actually lead in or out of the room, even if these things could never be recognized by people who didn't know about them beforehand. So, if we had something like a hidden shelf or a secret closet, for example, that wouldn't count as a hidden door. That means the third person from Jessica's room is hiding here, waiting for us to leave. Is it Kinzo? Kinzo's the only one who's missing. Hey, how pathetic. It was all just a bit of a wordplay. Looks like that technique should be enough to handle even this third closed room. If there's a hidden shelf under the bed or anything like that, that'd be enough. The culprit's hiding somewhere, waiting for us to leave. The culprit is also trapped in this closed room even now. Which means, at this very moment, the culprit is still hiding in the servant room, holding their breath. Is it Kinzo? I need to know. And that means, what the hell? Even though we've been tortured by closed rooms 3 times, at this very moment we've actually gotten the culprit in checkmate. Have we? She's gonna repeat it.
ジョージの兄貴、マリア、ローザおばさん、ゲンジさん、ゴーダさん、シャノンちゃんのことだぜ。どうだ、言えねえだろ。
She's gonna say it. Let's see. Oh, she's not gonna say it.
言いてえとこ疲れただろ。拒否なら拒否と言いやがれ。次行くぜ。気象要求。
Repeat what? I don't know how they're hiding in this room. But if they are, then this is the second closed room, Jessica's room, at the same time. I finally caught her by the tail. With this, I can explain everything. Witches don't exist, and I don't have to suspect anyone. Yes, you do! That's not how it works! Alright, starting now. I'll spin it around. Now I'll have her repeat that. Oh, snap!
お前たちの定義とは、バトラ、ジョージ、マリア、ローザ、ゲンジ、ゴーダ、シャノンのことを指す。
I knew she would say it! Oh shit! Welp! Batter, you're fucked! You're straight fucked!
話を戻す。ジェシカの死体発見時、バトラ、ジョージ、マリア、ローザ、ゲンジ、ゴーダ、
It's one of you!
熊沢、南條のみだった。おっと、死体のジェシカももちろん含む。よって、ジェシカの部屋の件、そしてこの使用人室の件の両方について、そなたが認識していた以外の人間は、
Oh my god! She's killing him!
誰も隠れていない。
Beatrice is killing him!
さらに言おう。扉は鍵を使用せずに外から施錠する方法は存在しない。窓については外からはいかなる方法でも施錠する方法は存在しない。
Oh my god! This is murder. Straight up murder.
そなたは無能だ。
Oh my god! Holy shit! It's the legendary line. This is the only screen cap I've seen of Umineko before starting. Now I know the context and it's amazing. Holy shit! Beatrice just destroyed Battler from top to bottom and even roasts him. Look at this shade! Holy shit! Send an F in the chat for Battler, but
バカ野郎。それじゃ本当に密室じゃねえかよ。
Yeah, it is. You have to suspect one of you.
せっかく思いついたのに。お前が隠れていたんなら全て説明がついたのに。
Yeah, but you're forgetting Kinzo.
トリックを打ち破れたと思ったってのに。くそ。
Ah, Battler. Welp. GG's, Battler. You lost this one. And thus begins Battler Crying Simulator once again. It's useless, it's useless, it's useless, it's all useless! For a second I thought I had it. It was all useless. Damn it! I was so sure that I'd finally seen through her. That I'd seen how she distracted me with her clever red wordplay and fooled me. Just when I thought I found the light in the darkness. It disappeared. Just disappeared. Swallowed up. By a blood red what? By a blood red sea. Thank you. Red. 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 No one is hiding. And there's no hidden door. No way to get past the door or the window while they're locked. Have you just proven that it's all impossible? Has the devil's proof been fulfilled? With a frontal attack? Impossible. That's impossible.
どうしたのだ後ろ宮バトラー
I'm calling it now. It was Rosa. Rosa's the culprit. Actually, maybe not.
魔女を否定する気で満々だったじゃないそんなところで這いつくばって悔しい涙を絞り出してどうしたんだ
Oh my god.
ああそれはとっても素敵な方法わらわを笑い転げさせて笑い涙の海で溺れ殺してやろうというのは確かに素敵実はそうなんだろう
He's throwing a tantrum.
笑って笑い殺してやろうって手なんだろ後ろ宮バトラ
Oh my god. He got thoroughly destroyed. Washed.
何か魔法だ。魔女なんて絶対に否定してやる。お前なんて絶対に信じない。魔法の力でみんなを面白半分にいじめ殺してるなんて絶対に認めねえ。
Welp. Start suspecting.
なあバトラーいじめすぎて悪かったわらわ側からチェス盤をひっくり返してやるぞ
Oh my god.
お前に代わってお前側の最善手を教えてやるよ
She's holding his hand. Like, oh my god.
聞きたい
ふざけんな。聞きたくねえ聞きたくね
ジェシカの部屋の件そなたは実に良いところをついていたのだぞ
Yep.
隠れてやり過ごそうとしたこれは実にいい着眼だっただがなぜそれをカノンと19人目のわらわにしか考えなかった
Exactly. Battler just doesn't like he doesn't want to suspect anyone, but he can't have two cakes.
隠れてやり過ごすの隠れてが邪魔だったから考えが至らなかったかほーらもうわかるだろうジェシカだよジェシカ
Oh! What do you mean? If Cheska were the culprit, a farce like this could easily be constructed. She killed Kanon-kun and carried him off somewhere. Then she played dead and let us walk by. But that's ridiculous! Dr. Nanjo definitely confirmed she was dead. So was Dr. Nanjo an accomplice too? Maybe. That's wrong! I also confirmed that Cheska was dead. Of course I'd never examined the corpse before, but she was definitely dead. I'm here, by the way, just lurking. That's fine. That's entirely fine. You don't have to chat all the time. I am reading a lot after all, so... I think she was dead. Though that's probably surely definitely what I thought, but certainly... Wait. She was dead! She was dead!
ジェシカもグルなのよ
Oh
そ
no.
して検視をした南條もグルならば第三の密室など茶番だろうが
Yeah, then it's simple. Dr. Nanjo was in on it, so in other words, he's on the culprit's side, which means he was never dead in the first place? We thought his body disappeared after he was killed, but what if he was never in the servant room to begin with? Actually, if you think about it, being a doctor, Nanjo probably would know how to get his neck slit in a way that doesn't kill him, right? That's a plausible way to think about it, but I don't think this is the method that it was. I think it was someone else. So if Kumasawa Bachan disappeared with him, does that mean she's in on it too? That's not all, that's not all. The servants who all agreed to keep to that story, Genji-san and Goda-san and even Shannon-san were also in on it. Then the one who stole the key from Maria's handbag was Jessica. No, it could even have been George Aniki. After all, if Shannon-chan is on the culprit's side, that automatically makes George Aniki on the culprit's side. Wait a second, just wait a second. They're all wolves. They're all wolves. Not only am I drowning in an ocean of bright red blood, there are packs of wolves clamoring on the banks, whose blazing eyes tell me that they'll eat me if I crawl out. Which way should I die? Should I deny everything and drown in a bright red sea? Or should I learn the truth and have my whole body chewed to bits by the wolves? It's either one hell or the other. I can't choose. Gah! I cannot!
だからこそわらわがいる。さあ後ろ宮バトラー、ひざまずけ。そして永遠の忠誠を誓ってわらわの靴を舐めるがいい。
He's not gonna do it.
わらわを認めれば全ての謎に決着がつく。わらわの力をもってすればどのような密室も生み出せ、そして打ち破れる。バトラー。
Ooh, 3 Beatrices, that's a dream. God, I wish that were me, being blessed with 3 Beatrices at once. Oh, that's the dream. Good evening, Maru. How are you doing?
そなたはわらわの一番のお気に入りの家具にしてやるよ。そなたを愛して愛して灰になるまでわらわの玩具にしてやるよ。
Damn, Beatrice, I don't want to king shame you. But that's a bit strange. Amazing. And she laughed in red. Oh, I love this. No, I wanted to screenshot this. I wanted to screenshot this because that was a beautiful cap.
これではっきりしたわ。もう疑いようも
The
ない。
middle one was the best one.
はと言いますと。
あなたたちが死んだという二人はここにいない。そしてベアトリーチェからの手紙があり、親切にも死体は持ち去ったと告白してくれている。
Oh, what's gonna
そういう
happen?
ことよ。もう茶番は飽き飽きしたわ。
Oh shit! As Aunt Rosa yelled this, she looked all of us with a fierce expression. Oh shit!
茶番ってどういう意味ですか？
私はジェシカちゃんの部屋で言ったわ。信用できるのは自分自身と死体となって見つかった者以外いないってね。
Oh no! She's gonna start shooting
そ
them!
して死体が見つからない以上、あの二人が殺されたことを認めるわけにはいかない。
待ってください、ローザおばさん。それはどういう意味ですか？
南條先生と熊沢さんは死んでないわ。生きている。
And they were super dead.
殺されたということにして、この屋敷のどこかに隠れてるのよ。私たちを襲うためにね。
なんでそんなことがわかるんですか？ゴーダさんたちが嘘をついていると言うんですか？
Yeah, she is, straight up.
ローザ様、このゴーダ、いえ、後ろ宮家使用人に一度。
Oh shit, Goda's gonna confront her.
誓ってそのようなことはいたしません。
あなたたちは南條先生たちは殺されたという。でも死体がない以上、それを信じるわけにはいかないわ。
This track is cool, by the way.
あなたたちが口裏を合わせてそういう嘘をついている可能性があるもの。あなたたちの無実を信じる方法はちゃんとあるわよ。
Is there?
南條先生と熊沢さんの遺体が見つかることよ。それが見つかったら私はあなたたちの話を聞いてみようという話にもなる。
Oh shit, oh fuck.
でも見つからない限りあなたたちは狼であることを否定できない。
Shit's getting tense.
あんたも黄金に目がくらんであの魔女に買収されたんでしょう。
Oh no.
そんなに金が欲しい？
I mean, don't you?
そうなんでしょう。一生遊んで暮らしたいの？そんな人生に何の価値があるのよ。
That's rich coming from you, my milady.
ローザ様、
Aren't you desperate for money as well?
私たちは
黙りなさい。そしてシャノン、それ以上近づかないで。
Oh my god, please don't shoot her.
恩を受けながらそれを仇で返すなって。
Don't you trash talk my girl.
じゃなく引き金を引くわよ。
No! Please don't.
そんなのってひどすぎます。
George, please defend her!
ローザおばさん、それは暴言だ。この部屋で殺人が起こった。そして犯人が死体を持ち去った。彼女たちはそれを正直に申告しているだけだ。
No! How dare you make Shannon cry? I'm gonna put up my fists and fight you. Shannon had finally broken down in tears. She had sacrificed 10 years to the Urshiramiya family. She had sacrificed 10 of the most brilliant years of her life. She'd believed she'd built up a friendly relationship with Rosa. And this what she got in return. You can kill a person without using a knife. I didn't have to be George Aniki to realize that Shannon-chan had been stabbed deep in the heart, that she was shedding tears like blood. Oh no! Oh! Oh! Goda is gonna defend her? Let's go!
ローザ様、確かにこのゴーダはお勤めして日も浅く、信用を勝ち得ていないのはわかります。しかし、せめてシャノンさんだけでも信じていただくわけには参りませんか。彼女は10年間も後ろ宮家に奉仕を捧げて参りました。このゴーダを信じろとは申しません。
Yes! Let's go!
せめてシャノンさんだけでも信じてやっていただくわけには参りませんか。
Man, Goda has earned my respect. But even I don't understand anymore. I don't understand. We can't search for an answer without suspecting them. Yeah, bit by bit I'm starting to understand. It's because we're searching an answer. That's why everything keeps going wrong. We don't need an answer. These are all strange murders committed with bizarre magic by the 19th person, to which Beatrice in accordance with some creepy ceremony. Isn't that enough? No! I don't want to suspect anyone anymore. But you have to, Battler. Shannon-chan and Goda-san were protesting their innocence, half crying. Genji-san quietly put a stop to that.
よしなさい。
Oh!
ローザ様の言うことはもっともだ。死体を見つけない限り、南條先生と熊沢の無実は証明できない。
That's right. By Rosa-san's argument, if their corpses can be found, then the innocence of those people alone can be proven. But that only counted for the corpses. Even if the survivors searched the mansion and found the corpses, in the end their own innocence would never be proven. They kidnapped Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san, killed them in another place, and locked the closed room with their own master keys. Unless the closed room could be broken by a method other than that one, it would be impossible to prove their innocence. But that couldn't be done. They only have one chance to prove their innocence. That can only happen if they meet with the culprit, become corpses, and are reunited with Aunt Rosa. Isn't that strange? They're innocent if they die, but guilty as long as they're alive, just like a witch trial. Alright, the enemy's a witch, so everything's cool. Is that it? Battler, you're giving up. You're not supposed to do that. How come none of us have started to suspect Kinzo yet? He's the only one who hasn't been confirmed dead.
私たちは後ろ宮家にお仕えする家具です。私とも信用されるもされないもまた。
Oh snap!
たとえどのようなご評価をいただこうとも、最後の時までお務めを続けるのみでございます。
あなたは本当に使用人の鏡ね。
Please don't shoot
お
him.
父様が心を許すのもよくわかるわ。そんなあなたまで疑わなくてはならないなんて本当に心苦しいわ。
Genji-san stuck his hand into his pocket and pulled out a master key. Then he set it on a nearby table.
私は信頼の証としてこれを預かっていると信じています。それを失ったならこれをお返しするのは当然かと思います。
Oh?
それはいい判断ね。今日何度もあなたたちが疑われてきた最大の根拠はこのマスターキー。それを手放せば疑いが晴らせるのではないかというのはまあ悪いことじゃないと思うわ。
Welp.
二人とも
Genji looked at Goda-san and Shannon-chan. The two of them nodded and set their own master keys on the table. Aunt Rosa laid the 2 master keys that had come out of the envelope on top. With that, all 5 master keys were gathered in this place. In other words, this was proof that all of the servants' service until today had been negated. With even the final honor, they should have been permitted stripped from them.
Maria, その手提げを貸しなさい。
Oh, she's gonna put the keys all in there? Aunt Rosa snatched Maria's handbag, tossed the master keys in there, and held up one of them all for all to see. She was showing us that she now had all the master keys.
これで満足かい、ローザおばさん。
Oh boy, is something gonna happen and then people are gonna be like, hey, Rosa, are you the killer? And then she's like, no, it's not me!
これでマスター
Just
キー
because I have the
ローザ
master
おばさんが持つ
keys!
ものだけだ。これで満足なんだろう。
ええ、満足よ。たとえ全員が信用できなくても、私は私自身だけを信用することができる。
You sure?
その私が銃とマスターキーを独占できた。これで私はもう誰も疑わずに済むの。あなたたちも嬉しいでしょ？これでもう疑われずに済む。
I don't trust that smile. You're gonna start shooting people, aren't you? I'm scared. I don't trust you. At that time, Maria, who alone seemed to be watching this as though it were a show, sneered at her mother. Aunt Rosa reacted nervously to that laugh and turned around.
鍵なんか関係ないよ。ベアトリーチェは魔法で扉を開けられる。鍵なんていらない。そんなもの、誰が持っていたって持っていなくたって関係ないんだよ。
Oh boy.
その笑い方をやめなさいっていつも言ってるでしょ。
Welp. Oh, thank you.
なーに、バトラ君。
Oh my god, I was scared. Oh my god, thanks, Battler. I had just cut in between the 2 of them. No, that's not it. I was on my knees, hugging and hugging Maria's head. I was crying. Aww.
もうよしてくれよ、ローザおばさん。マリアが正しかったんだ。
Are you going to accept Beatrice?
何を言っているの？
Sir!
マリア、疑って悪かった。信じなくて。
What? This no. Stop. Stop it. You have to suspect your family.
魔女の仕業だったんだ。魔女の仕業だったんだよ。
Oh my god, did he get beaten that badly?
トリックとかミスとかどうでもよかったんだ。ただベアトリーチェっていう魔女が実在して本当に魔女だっただけなんだ。それも俺は信じなかったからこんなにも苦しくて悲しくて。
バトラはベアトリーチェを信じてくれる？
For now.
ああ、信じる。ベアトリーチェはいるんだ。そして不思議な魔法を使う魔女なんだ。
バトラ。
Maria let go of my hand, and then she was the one holding my head.
それでいいんだよ、バトラ。ベアトリーチェはいたの。バトラがなかなかそれを信じられなかったから見えなかったの。魔女はいるの。
There's gonna be like a heel turn in which Patrick's like, no, I don't believe in you after all. How dare you?
もうすぐ来る。バトラはベアトを信じてくれたからきっと黄金鏡へ招かれるよ。
I don't think so.
もうすぐだから、もう何も怖くない。怖くないよ。
This is sweet though.
マリアと一緒にお手手をつないでずっと一緒にいよ。 ベ
Aw.
アトの問題を考えよう。ベアトは最初から言ってるよ。この問題を解いて遊ぼうとしか言ってないよ。
ああ、そうだったんだ。
Oh, so is he gonna turn now to the epitaph?
犯人探しなんて全くの時間の無駄だったんだ。俺たちは ただ魔女を信じればよかったんだ。
After gently brushing my cheek as my tears kept dripping down, Maria kissed my forehead, as soft as a feather. Oh, that's so sweet! Maria's so sweet. Maria, stop, you're gonna make me cry. For that, just that instant, Maria's smile, which had once seemed creepy to me, looked like that of an angel. See, Maria's a sweetie! I love her so
マ
much!
スターキーはお返ししましたが、私どもの後ろ宮家への忠誠は変わりません。客前は以後、お許しがない限り立ち入りません。どうかローザ様も客間を内側より施錠なさってください。
本当に殊勝な人ね。台風が過ぎ去ってこの島に再び海猫の鳴き声が戻ってきたなら、
Roll credits!
再び互いを信頼し合えるのかしら。
You are unlikely to trust people.
再びの信
At
頼を
least
構えるので
not at this point. Maybe later. I don't know.
喜びはありません。
そうね。私たちは必ず分かり合えるわ。
I think Rosa might just only respect Genji, I
海
guess.
猫の鳴く頃に。
That's sweet.
この部屋は警察が来るまでこのままにした方が良いでしょう。ローザ様、施錠をお願いいたします。私たちは厨房へ戻ります。
Oh no, shit's gonna
何
happen.
かございましたらいつでもご用命ください。
ありがとう。あなたが狼だったならなんてシャーシャーとのたまうのか。そしてあなたが羊だったならあなたを狼の檻に放り出してごめんなさい。
Oh well.
家具は家に運命を委ねます。命を落とすことになろうとも、それはとても光栄なことです。
That's sad though.
できることならばあなたたちが台風が過ぎ去るまで元気でいることを願っています。これはすべて台風が奏でる暴風と降雨の競争曲。
They're gonna be dead
演
soon.
奏が終われば
I am sure.
私たちは再び手を取り合えるに違いない。
Wouldn't that be nice?
泣く頃
Roll credits again. Aunt Rosa nodded in response. Genji-san turned on his heels. He left the servant room. Goda-san's face was still streaked with tears, but maybe he'd managed to sort out his feelings as he listened to Genji-san's words. His face had been truly shameful, but it had returned to the face of the Goda-san we all knew well.
私も厨房に控えております。何かございましたらいつでもご用命ください。温かい食事をお望みでしたらいつでもこのゴーダ最高のお料理を用意させていただきます。
Goda-san will only give the best foods among themselves.
あなたには明日の朝食を頼みたいわ。
We wish!
明日の昼前には船も来るでしょう。今までありがとう。六軒島で唯一の楽しみがあなたの食事だったわ。
Isn't that nice?
かしこまりました。このゴーダ最高の朝食を用意いたします。
If you don't die, which you probably will very soon.
明日の朝を楽しみにしてください。
ありがとう。シャノンちゃんも明日の朝に美味しいコーヒーを飲みながら仲直りをしましょう。
You're all gonna be
ジョー
dead.
ジ君、
僕も彼らと一緒に行く。
Yes!
いいんです。庄司様、どうか客間にお戻りになってくだ
When
さ
are you going to admit that you're
い。
married?
もうマスターキーは他にありません。だからローザ様とご一緒に客間にいれば誰にも脅かされません。
そうね。そういうことになってる。客間に私と一緒にいるのが客観的に考えて一番安全だと思うわ。でも無理に一緒にいろとは言わない。ジョージ君はジョージ君の安全だと思う場所にいればいい。ジョージ君ももう大人だものね。
Oh
明日の
boy.
朝までどこで誰と過ごそうと自由だもの。
I'm seeing it. They're all gonna
そ
die.
うさ、僕は誰と夜を過ごすか決める。
Like, oh no.
兄貴、バトラ君はローザおばさんと客間にいるんだ。
Please, you have to be the only thing to keep Maria entertained.
客間の外はそれに比べたら安全ではないと思う。ならそんな場所にいる彼女を僕は一人にしておけない。
俺は決してシャノンちゃんや他の使用人を、いや誰かを疑ってるわけじゃないんだ。誰も疑いたくないんだ。いいさ、黄金、そんなのくだらねえじゃねえかよ。そんなので殺し合いなんてあるわけねえじゃねえかよ。
Oh man, Batter, if only you knew. Oh boy. Don't resign yourself to fate like that.
僕が一番知っている。誰も君を責めない。誰も。
Oh.
大丈夫。バトラはマリアが守る。
Yes, I trust you with my
マリア
life.
と一緒なら、ベアトリーチェでも手出しできない。だってマリアはちっちゃくても魔女だもの。
うん、マリアちゃん、バトラー君をよろしく。
Yes.
さあ、
I believe in you, Maria.
行こう。
はい、ローザ様。それでは失礼させていただきます。ご用命がございましたらいつでもお呼びつけください。
Let's see how it goes.
さっきはひどいことを言ってごめんなさいね。明日の朝まで許さなくてもいい。でも明日の朝になったらもう一度謝らせて。
If everybody is not dead until then, sure. An apology would be in order. Shannon deserves an apology. Like, more than just an apology. She deserves more respect. George, Aniki, and Shannon left the servant room together. Now only Maria, Aunt Rosa, and I were left in this disgusting bloodstained room. Until Genji-san disappeared, until Goda-san disappeared, until George, Aniki, and Shannon-chan disappeared, we stood there, shocked. After the presence and their footsteps had completely disappeared, Aunt Rosa giggled as though she just remembered something pleasant. I'm scared.
何も信用できないわよ。
Oh, god damn it, you were playing! That one sentence made me choke.
なんで
Is Rosa the culprit?
そんなことを言うんだよ。
Oh shit! Battle, you're
マスター
dead!
キーは5つで全部。そんなの誰が信じるの。どうせ複製の鍵があるに決まってるのよ。
Oh no!
彼らが懐から鍵を出したくらいで信用なんかできるものか。
そりゃあねえぜ。
Holy shit!
その鍵を置いたってのはよ、単に鍵を手放したってだけじゃねえ。あんた彼らの今日までの苦労を全て台無しにして怪我して踏みつけて、その挙句としてその鍵を手放させたんだぜ。その捨て台詞はなんだよ。ここまでして見せてなおまだ信用できないってのかよ。
Oh my god!
マリだぜ、あんまりだぜそんなのって。
悪魔の証明なのよ。マスターキーは全部で5つ。そんなこと証明不能なのよ。
Oh no!
キーが5つあることはここに置けば示せる。でも
This is bad news. Bad Rosa, fuck you. I wanted to believe you're kinda okay, but you're kind of an asshole.
そんなことは悪魔か魔女にしか証明できないのよ。
Battle crying simulator continues.
もうやめてくれ、もうやめて頼むよベアトリーチェ、今すぐ現れてくれ。そしてローザおばさんに赤ね、マスターキーは5本しかないって言ってやってくれ。
Oh, what's this?
5章だよ、悪魔にしか証明できないんだよ。魔女のお前なら証明できるんだよ。
Oh man, Battler.
だからベアト、ここに現れてローザおばさんに、マスターキーはそれで全部だから、もうみんなを疑わなくていいんだって。
She's gonna be like,
教えてやってくれ。
no. I just imagine Beatrice responding with the no, like from the Bugs Bunny meme, like, no.
マスターキーは5本しかない。マスターキーは5本しかない。 これはどうしたことか。
Well, but Rosa can't hear that,
い
right?
くら口にしてもローザに届かぬ。
Because she doesn't believe in you,
どうや
right?
らわらわの存在を否定しているやつがまだいるから聞こえないみたいだな。
Well?
後ろ宮バトラー。
認めるよ。お前はいる確かにいる。
Oh
だか
man.
ら5章だよ。
Holy shit. It's only episode 2 and Batter has been whipped thoroughly.
もうやめて。
Oh man, how is game 3 even gonna start?
言葉だけでは届かぬぞ。態度で示せ。わらわの家具になると心から誓
Is he gonna lick her feet?
い。できるか。服を脱げ。裸になるんだよ。そして両手をついて地に這え。着衣は霊長にのみ
Oh my god, Beatrice, Jesus.
今から家具になるんだ。
She's not only murdering him, she's like, bruh, there isn't a word.
そしてひざまずけよ。わらわの靴に舌を這わせろ。できるか。できるんだよな。
Man, Beatrice, your kinks are a bit
そした
wild.
ら現れてやるよ。赤で言ってやる。マスターキーは5本しかないってローザに言ってやるよ。ああ、でも分かってる。誇り高きお前がプライドを捨てられるわけがない。それでもいいんだよ。十分なんだよ。ちょっとグラーってきただろ。
The tingly
手を
feeling.
舐めてもいいかって一瞬思っただろう。
Oh
す
shit.
ぐにそれを否定して自分を恥じただろう。その表情が見れるだけで最高に素敵な気分なんだよ。ざまあねえ顔だよ。鏡で見てみろよ。裸になって靴を舐めてる最低なお前が映ってる
Oh,
ぜ。
holy shit.
かよ。後ろ宮バトラー。
The disrespect. Normally you'd be like, GG, shake my hand. Beatrice is like, GG's, get naked and lick my shoes. Hi, Tsuki. Oh. What's happening? Yeah, you came at the perfect time, Tsuki. A lot of shit happened. Also, how you doing? Okay, what's happening?
信じられない。それが真相だというのかい。
はい。私たちは見たままのことをお話ししています。
George folded his arms and started mumbling again, and the kitchen was once again wrapped in long silence.
ジョージ様がにわかには信じられない気持ちも私はよくわかります。何しろこの目で確かに見たはずの私ですらあれが何だったのかわからなくなる。私は確かに見た。そして取っ組み合いまでしたはずなんです。なのにあれが全部幻だったような気すらする。
なるほどね。あのローザおばさんに詳しく話せないわけだ。今の話を本当にしてたらもっと面倒なトラブルになっていただろうね。
Most likely, yeah.
ゲンジさんが随分冷静な対応をしていたのが分かりました。
私にそれを説明するだけの力があればよかったのですが。
George had not actually seen it, and even when pressed to believe, he just couldn't imagine it. It was only natural, because even the people who had actually seen it had given up asking themselves what it was.
話を少し巻き戻すよ。シャノンはカノン君が偽物かもしれないと思った時、クモの巣を取ってきたと言ったね。どうしてそんなことを？
そうだ、それは私も思っていました。どうしてクモの巣だったんです？
That's a good question.
前に熊沢さんに聞いたことがあるんです。大昔の六軒島には悪霊が住んでいて、その雲の巣を恐れたって。
I mean, if someone came up to me wanting to press a spider web into my face, I'd also start screaming.
雲の巣を魔除けと尊んで大切にしたという昔話があるんだそうです。それでそのとっさに私も少し混乱していたんだと思います。
そんな話が。熊沢はそういう昔話に詳しかったな。
And with mackerel puns.
雲は液中ですからね。確かにそういう信仰があってもおかしくないかもしれない。
きっとその悪霊の力をあの鳥居の祠が封じ込めてたんだと思います。そして霊境が割られたので、その力が蘇ってベアトリーチェ様を蘇らせる力となってしまったに違いないのです。私が、心の弱かった私があんな大それたことをしなければ。
Aww.
シャノン。
Shannon, baby, no!
その話はもうしなくても大丈夫だよ。僕は君を責めたりなんかしない。
Since long ago, Shannon had often suggested that there were some kind of occult cause of her meeting with George. After listening to her, George had grown to think that she was being a typical girl, associating love with fate, chance, and miracles. He did think that smashing the spirit mirror offered that at the Torii shrine was taking it a bit far, but he'd laughed it off and forgiven her, thinking of it as just a prank that showed how serious she was about her relationship with him. Just breaking a mirror in some musty shrine wouldn't have changed the fate of our meeting. And it would never have caused any curse. He tried to cheer her up, saying it was only a musty mirror covered in dust.
ベアトリーチェ様という
Aw.
霊のような存在がいるという話は、この島に勤めるようになってからたくさんの同僚に聞かされました。最初はバカバカしいと思っていましたが。
Oh, I just realized I've been reading with my tablet this whole time. I don't need it right now. Oh my god, 1 hour in and I'm like, oh wait, I'm not drawing right now. I can remove my tablet. Oh my god.
それを批判すると、なんだか不謹慎そうな空気があったもので、私も表向きは信じているように振る舞っていきました。しかし、まさか本当に。
I was late because of lunch and dishes black Goda made it. That's fine. I streamed for very long, so
ベアトリーチェ様は
I'm also happy that you made it in
このお
time.
屋敷におられたんです。
I still have like 2-3 hours more to
で
go.
もベアトリーチェ様は力を失っておられて、私たちの前に姿を現すことができなかったんです。ずっといた。私たちが見えなかっただけなんです。
Without love, it cannot be seen. And I love Beatrice enough to see her.
私には何も意見はありません。
He's like, what, Beatrice? That woman? I don't give a shit.
一つだけ申し上げたいのは、私たちはあの時、ここに5人いた。
I'm always amazed you can go so long. My voice falls after an hour. Yeah.
カノンが勝手口から
I'm impressed too. The thing is that I do my streams and the next day my voice is kind of raspy.
そして
And I drink a lot of tea during my streams to soothe my throat.
何かが起こって南條先生と熊沢が帰らぬ人となってしまった。それだけです。私たちは見たものをすでに全て説明しました。それを見ていないジョージ様に
But chances often are after a stream the next day my throat is a little bit more sensible. Which is why I probably wouldn't do many streams one after another.
あれは間違いなく カノンさんだ
I
と思
take
った。
throat relaxing candy specifically for vocal cords. I take throat relaxing candies in the form of mint sometimes,
あいつがベッドから起き上がって
but I normally take a tea specifically for relaxing the throat.
そうこんな風にしながら胸の傷をまさぐり始めた時こいつは
But in especially bad days, I do take
誰か別の存在なんだと
those
直感しました。
throat candy medicine thingies. They're a bit stronger than the normal
ジョージ様にはわからない
candy,
でしょう。
and they help a lot. But I don't do it often. I just do it when my throat is pretty
よ
bad.
く知っていると思っていた人物が実は別人であることをさらけ出した瞬間の恐ろしさというものは説明できない。とても説明できるわけがない。
わかるよ。ゴーダさんがそれほどまでにショックを受けるどんな恐ろしいことがあったのか。
ありがとうございます。
Oh
ジョージ様。
dear. And they all fell silent again. Shannon kept crying no matter how many times she was consoled, thinking that listening to the witch's sweet whispers and breaking the spirit mirror on that day had been the mistake that ruined everything.
君に
It's not
させら
your
れたという
fault,
魔女は
baby!
その鏡があると力を失うんだね。
You did nothing
説
wrong!
明してくれた気がしますがよく覚えていません。あの鏡があると力が出せないというようなことを言っていたと思います。
君が割ったというその鏡はどうしたの？
覚えていません。
Oh?
多分割ったまま立ち去りましたからそのままそこに残ってたでしょう。
Are you suggesting we're gonna fix the mirror?
ということは岩礁が雷で撃たれて消えたとかいうときに海の底か。
Okay, but you were thinking about it.
私は本当になんてことを。
Baby, no!
ごめん、失言したよ。
He didn't know if Shannon breaking the mirror really had started all this off. Though the servants didn't blame Shannon, they all seemed to believe that her action had been the root cause. But even now, George wasn't able to go that far. All this talk about witches and evil spirits just sounded fake to him, even though he was trying to be open-minded. Even so, he listened seriously to Shannon's story, trying to find a hint that might relieve at least a little of the pain in her heart. Please console her, she deserves it.
その鳥居にあったものとは違うでしょうが、
Oh?
奥様がお守りとして霊鏡をお持ちになっていると聞いたことがあります。
Madam, you mean Nazi?
夏日おばさんが？
Oh shit, are we going to Nazi's
は
room?
い、おじい様の形見分けか何かでもらったものだそうで、とても強い魔除けの力を持つ由緒霊鏡だとかなんとか。
同
A
じ
mirror
話
of
は
high
私
pedigree.
も聞いたことがある。鏡は良くないものを反射して弾き返す力があるのだとか。
Oh damn, let's go get the mirror.
その霊鏡があれば魔女のベアトリーチェに対抗できるかな？
Maybe? When George proposed this, the servants looked up.
祀っていた鳥居と祠はもうないかもしれないけれど、霊鏡がもう一枚あるのは重要なことだよ。夏日おばさんの実家は神職にも通じていると聞いたことがある。
Oh, okay, that's really interesting.
そ
I
れは
like
本当
this.
に単なる鏡ではないかもしれな
I
い。
didn't know Nazi had such a history. I like it.
確か奥様は
Of all the adult ladies, I think I like Nazi the best so far.
そんなに大きいものではないのかもしれません。
Like, she's not the best adult, but I like her the most so far
私が割った
from the
鏡は
parents.
一見大したことのない
相手がオカルトならこちらもオカルトの手段で対抗するしかない。ただこうして座っていても何も解決しない。単なる気休めだとしてもやってみる価値はあるよ。
Of course, this didn't mean George had accepted the witch. However, he thought it'd be necessary to have some kind of purification ceremony to heal the wounds in Shannon's heart. Oh, thanks for playing that angle for me again. It's so good. So this story about Nazi's spirit mirror was really convenient.
行こう。 魔女をやっつけようなんて大それたことは言わないよ。でも魔女から身を守る魔除けがあってもいいと思う。前にマリアちゃんに聞いたんだけど、おじい様の部屋の扉は強力な魔除けが施されているんでしょ。さすがおじい様だね。オカルトに対する防御も十分だったわけだ。行こう、夏日おばさんの部屋へ。
しか
Let's
し
go!
奥様の部屋には鍵がかかっていると思います。
Hecking, just break the door
さ
in!
っきはローザさん
She's
にお
dead.
返ししてしまいましたし、キーボックスのある使用人室も施錠されてしまいましたし。
ならばその鍵は夏日おばさんが持ち歩いているはず。
Are we going back to the chapel?
礼拝堂にはまだ夏日おばさんの遺体があるはずだ。警察が来る前に勝手にいじってしまうのは悪いことだけれど、それについてはちゃんと説明しよ
う。しかし礼拝堂の入り口も鍵がかけられております。
Oh, are we going to find out if there's a special entrance?
う。ゴーダさんの腕力じゃガラス1枚割れないのかい？
Yeah, can't you break down the door
その辺の
too?
石で叩き割ればいい。
大切な礼拝堂の窓を破ってしまっても、よろしいのでしょうか。
Probably.
おじい様に怒られるときは僕が責任を持つよ。僕はもともと今日後ろ宮家の全員と戦うつもりでいた。
I mean, it's true.
君との婚約を許してもらうためにね。だから元よりその覚悟はある。ガラスを割ろう。そして夏日おばさんの遺体から鍵を借りよう。
George's announcement that he'd take responsibility seemed to have given the servants a great deal of courage. Shannon and Goda looked at each other, then looked at George's face again.
オカルトに詳しいおじい様だもの。夏日おばさんの霊境の力だってきっと理解してくれる。大丈夫。怒られたりなんかしない。
Damn.
様の鏡で
George defending Kinzo from Shannon from Kinzo is an image that I want to see.
本当にベアトリーチェ様をもう一度封じること
Or
がで
like
きるでしょう
George putting up his fists and looking at the entire family like, I will fight you one by one.
わからない。でも試す価値はあると思う。なら行こう。表はどんどん暗くなっちゃうよ。急ごう。シャノンは懐中電灯を。ゴーダさんはガラスを割れそうな道具を。
It's what they deserve. Yes.
ゲンジさんはすみません。
They deserve the fist fighting. Except Maria, Butler, and Jessica. They can they are, what's it called? I wanted to say thin ice, but they're not on thin ice. They are good. They are good. Just keep it at that. No, I skipped the text on accident. Yes, sir. The servants who had been rejected by Rosa gained a new master and started to move. George, who was calm, normally calm and gentle, was now radiating dignity. Good boy, George! Shannon checked the emergency flashlight. Just in case, he changed the batteries. Goda was testing several heavy-looking cooking tools. Yes, fight with a kettle. Normally, a high-praised chef like him wouldn't want to use them for something other than their intended purpose. But now he was frantic to fulfill the orders of the one he accepted as his master. What do you mean you don't hit people with a kettle? That's also its intended purpose. After some worrying, he took a large, sick-feeling frying pan. Genji removed several umbrellas from the umbrella stand set in the corner near the kitchen door. He took 3 of them.
ゲンジさん
3!
私はご一緒できません。ご用命の時に全員がいないようなことが
Wait! Did he take 3 knives? Okay, never mind.
恥ずかしいことです。
I somehow my brain registered it as knives, and I just imagined Genji picking up 3 knives like a freaking Zoro from One Piece.
そんな源氏さん、今のこの屋敷で一人でいることがどれだけ危険かあなたもわかるでしょう。
I'm starting to suspect Genji. I don't like this.
親方様からいつお呼び出しがあってもいいように
He's doing it for
し
Kinzo.
なくてはならない。
Maybe Kinzo can still be the culprit that I thought of before, and Genji can be his accomplice.
源氏様
That's a possibility I didn't think of before.
言ってジョージ様にお仕えするようくれぐれも粗相のないよう
Ah, shit. I think Genji's gonna die here.
手本となるよ よろしく頼む。
はい、お任せください。
必ずやお役目を果たします。
本当にいいんですね、源氏さん。
Genji death flag!
私はもうこの年です。今日までの人生は全て親方様に受けたご恩をお返しするための日々でした。このような老いぼれがどうなろうと、全てはルーレットの飯で。
He's a senile old man and still he can't throw a knife like a pro.
私はどのような結果が出るのかをここに座って
Oh my god, in before the moment they leave, someone comes out with a knife and stabs Genji. Oh, I don't want Genji to die. As Genji said that, he sat down. As though saying he didn't intend to discuss this anymore, his gaze fell to the chessboard that he played Nanjo on. When George saw this, he decided to leave Genji there.
行こう、みんな。今は少し風もおとなしいみたいだ。
When George took an umbrella and dashed down the hallway, Shannon and Goda chased after him, each holding a tool. Okay, what's up? After they flew out of the room, Genji quietly stretched his hand out to the side of the chessboard. He softly pulled something there towards himself, covering it with his palm. What are you doing? Genji killed his breathing even more than before. As he did, something flashed gold. What? No! From inside an ice pail set on the counter, a small gold butterfly appeared, softly and gently. It was almost as though it had seen George and the rest off and was trying secretly to chase after them. Oh shit! It happened in an instant. The elegant gold butterfly, flapping its wings, was pinned against the wall by the knife Genji threw, just like a butterfly in a bug collection. Holy shit! Man like Genji! He's such a champ! After the gold butterfly beat its wings several times, looking like it was in pain, it accepted the fact that it couldn't break free, became fine gold powder and smoke, and disappeared as though it had melted into water. Genji still gazed down at the chessboard as though nothing had happened. Maybe he would think up a brilliant move very soon. But no matter what move he made, his opponent would not be able to respond for all eternity. Even though he knew that, Genji searched for a brilliant move. It must have been the perfect way to kill time, during the short period before some fate would be given to him. He didn't know what result the roulette would bring about. But that decision will be made very soon. No, Genji, don't die! No one could interfere with the tumbling roulette ball. Imagine if Beatrice didn't want to get him at first, and then he threw the knife, hit the butterfly, and Beatrice is like, okay, you are next. The door to the parlor was not only locked, but blocked with a barricade made of sofas and the like. Because of that, Aunt Rosa seemed to suspect that any suspicious person approaching would break in through the window. Sitting on a one-person sofa, her back to the door, she continued to hold onto her gun. I didn't know what was what anymore. Even though my body and mind were worn out, I played with Maria as she wanted. Maria had said it. Beatrice was testing us to see if we could solve the epitaph of the gold, so we had to try and find out this riddle. In the beginning, I was a little interested and tried to solve it, but I didn't even have a clue where to start in this weird text. I didn't doubt there was some riddle hidden there, but I seriously doubted I'd be able to suddenly leap to an answer. In the middle part of the epitaph, there were lines going from the 1st to the 10th twilight, telling us to journey to the Golden Land. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices, which were all the parents except one Rosa. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. It was obvious that this hinted at the first 6 murders that had already occurred in the chapel and Jeskan Karunkun's murder. If this was being followed, we still had to be prepared for 5 more people to be killed. On the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. Oh, right, Did they skip the 3rd twilight, actually? Never mind. On the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. I think they're gonna do the 4th twilight on Genji, and I'm not looking forward to it. On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Dr. Nanjan Kumasawa Bachan's corpses still hadn't been found. However, if this follows the pattern and they're the sacrifice for the 4th and 5th twilights, they'll surely be found in a pitiful state with their head and chest gouged. I wonder. So, can we expect that 3 more of us will be gouged in the stomach, knee, and leg and killed? Who will it be? I looked around the room, noticing that there were 3 people here, but how should I put it? My emotions seemed paralyzed. Strangely, I didn't feel frightened. As I leaned against the sofa with the top part of my body, gazing up at the ceiling, Maria noticed. Apparently, she felt I was slacking off in my riddle solving. So the twilight praised my name loud and clear, something like that. Oh, okay. I had forgotten. Apparently, she felt I was slacking off in my riddle solving. She got mad at me for not taking this seriously enough.
なあ、マリア。ベアトリーチェは確かこれを解いたらどうするって言ってたんだっけ？
I'm sure the witch wrote in her letter that she'd give up collecting interest or something abstract like that. I optimistically took that to mean she'd give up on killing the whole family. But was it really written with that meaning? For some reason, I couldn't convince myself that solving the riddle would really save me. I feel like maybe, even if we do solve it, we'll just be doing what the culprit wants and it'll all be a wasted effort.
そんなことはない。この碑文が解けたら、ベアとの儀式はおしまいになる。だからもうそれ以上、誰も死ななくなる。
Oh, let's see.
本当、そういうルールを奴が提示してるだけだろ。この謎を解けば。多分、じい様の隠し黄金のありかがわかるんだろ。奴は。きっとそれを狙って。
狙わないよ。
なんでそう断言できるんだよ。
Because Beatrice doesn't need money! She's a witch!
黄金は最初からベアトのものだもん。自分のものを狙ったりなんかしない。
じゃあ、どうしてベアトは俺たちにこんな大ヒントを授けてくれたんだ？
Because she wants to have fun.
というか、どうしてこんなゲームじみたことを仕掛けてきたんだ？
魔法にはリスクが必要なの。
リスク？よく意味がわかんねえな。
Oh, I wonder if Maria's gonna reignite Battler's desire to want to disprove of the witch.
例えばマラソン。完走すれば誰でももらえるメダルと一番になった人しかもらえないメダルって同じ価値だと思う？
思わねえぜ。つまりなんだよ。結局、奴は遊んでるってことなのか？わざとこっちにチャンスを与えるようなことをして。違う！それがね、魔法というものなの。どんな大きな魔法にも絶対にリスクや弱点があるの。ないといけないの。
Yeah, no magic can be perfect, I
魔法
imagine.
って言われるとピンとこねえが、ギャンブルだって考えれば少しは理解できるな。でかく失う覚悟がなきゃ、でかくは勝てない。そして、勝ち目の薄いギャンブルであればあるほど、配当はでかくなる。その通りだよ。だからベアトは儀式のリスクをちゃんとみんなに説明したの。だからこの謎を解けばちゃんと儀式は中断される。だってそれを約束違反したらリスクにならない。これを解けば、奴は本当に約束を守るのか？花は枯れるのにどうして美しいの？
I
造花
wonder.
は見分けがつかないほど精巧でもどうして美しくないの？人間は死を賭すから奇跡が起こせる。不死の人間がいたとしてその人物に何の奇跡も起こせる道理はない。
I mean, an undying human would be a miracle in itself, right?
私たちも人生も魔女も儀式も私たちはリスクを負わなければ何も成し遂げられないの。
She is right, though.
謎が解けたらどうするんだ？ピンポーンって鳴らして挙手して、回答を魔女に伝えて、 答え合わせをするのか？
それは知らない。でも解けばきっと自動的に儀式は終わる。
I wonder.
マリアは詳しいな。そいつはみんなベアトリーチェに習ったのか
？So if you don't bear risk, nothing can be gained. Is that it? That definitely is the way of the world, but it's sort of in conflict with the chessboard thinking I like so much. Sorry, I choked on my own saliva. At least when making moves in chess, players grope for the best move, always trying to avoid risk and hoping for an advantageous turn of events. They don't trust to chance like in gambling. That's right, there's no room for gambling in an intellectual game. And yet this person called Beatrice has created such an outrageous crime, or maybe a ceremony, while purposefully imposing conditions for her own loss and announcing them to us. In chess, you always play your best move, so by putting yourself in your opponent's position, you can predict their next move. However, we can't be sure that Beatrice's moves are always the best moves possible. Naturally, I thought she was probably making us focus on the epitaph to fool us in some way, speaking in riddles. But according to Maria, that alone was impossible. She said that it was a genuine risk that the witch had to take, and therefore proved that this was a formal ceremony of magic. I can't understand this witch called Beatrice. If she's committing this chain of murders with some goal in mind, why did she go to all the trouble of exposing the conditions of her defeat? No matter how I spin the chessboard around and think from my opponent's perspective, I can't understand why she gave up if this riddle is solved. Isn't it almost as though Beatrice doesn't care whether she wins or loses? Of course chessboard reasoning won't work against an opponent like that. I don't understand. What is Beatrice after that's making her carry out this crime? Maybe she just wants to punish rich people. If she just wanted to massacre us all, she could have done it quietly without this whole crazy setup. There was no need for that kind-hearted advance notice, all this self-aware closed room stuff, or any of the rest. It's all overacting. I've got no clue what it means. Some people just like theatrics. I like her in that suit in the painting. Me too, it's a very good outfit. Will I be unable to understand everything as long as I keep thinking of Beatrice as a greedy human culprit? If I don't accept her as a witch, will my chessboard thinking be stuck before I've even lined up the pieces? If she really is a witch and everything Maria said is true, then there's only one thing for us to do. The theory building and discord and searching for the culprit has all been pointless. We should have all gathered in the dining hall, combining our knowledge to solve the riddle. By combining the knowledge of that many people, we might have been able to grasp at least a thread of the answer. The greedy humans, each desiring to gain something over their opponents, were getting offered up as sacrifice one by one, without gathering their knowledge together. In the end, did the humans get what they deserved? They thought they were using their brains, but they were actually thinking only for their greedy selves. In the end, chessboard theory is a thinking technique where you project yourself on your opponent. So greedy people see their greedy selves inside their opponents. I looked lazily at Aunt Rosa. She was probably tired from being under all this tension the whole time. She couldn't sleep, but she kept staring vaguely at some point off in the space. Aunt Rosa had announced that we couldn't trust anyone who hadn't been killed. Aunt Rosa's chessboard thinking saw herself inside her opponent. In other words, maybe Aunt Rosa was an isolated woman, unable to trust anyone and unable to let her guard down. Looks like it. Long ago, I think I heard about it from my dad. Aunt Rosa was originally a very obedient child, but her age was too far separated from the other siblings, and they often made conflicting demands of her during their confrontations. Thanks to this, she undergone a lot of psychologically harsh experiences in her youth. Often when she copied one of her siblings, another sibling would give her a hard time. True, Aunt Rosa said many things today that could be taken as abusive. But that means those words were once showered upon her, which is why they were engraved in her vocabulary. Many abusive words that she's spoken were also words that she'd showered with in the past. Yeah, it sucks. That sucks, Rosa. Please seek therapy. Instead of letting it out on your daughter. Now that I think about it, I've had the feeling that her style of speech sometimes has traces of Uncle Kraus or Aunt Eva in it. I'd understood it as them being similar because they were siblings, but maybe it wasn't just that. For the first time, I truly sympathized with Aunt Rosa, whom I'd always assumed was just quiet and gentle. Then what about Maria? Maria's been making a certain claim for a while now. If we can solve the riddle the witch displayed to us, the ceremony will be halted and we'll definitely be saved. And I think she also said that Beatrice will never break a promise. But this is Maria we're talking about. Maria, sorry. She herself never breaks promises and she has the most innocent heart. So she believes Beatrice also won't break her promises. She's able to believe that. But isn't that just an image of Beatrice in Maria's mind? There's no proof that the real Beatrice always keeps her promises, right? Oh, are we back? The fact that Beatrice took offense to this narration, like, excuse me, I keep my promises, and I'll say it in Ryan.
黄金鏡へ至ることができるだろう。さすれば儀式は終わる。それ以上誰も死にはせぬ。
お前みたいな下道の極みがルールを遵守するってのかよ。
わらわが残忍で卑劣で下道であることを否定はせぬ。No! だが、わらわは魔女だ。魔法を使う。魔法を使うには守らねばならぬルールがある。わらわは魔女だからこそ、それをないがしろにできぬのだ。それだけは信じるがよい。
これだけめちゃくちゃやってきて、それでもルールだけは信じろってのかよ。
Yes, she is!
わらわはたぶらかしはする。もちろん人も騙す。人間と変わらぬ。だが、約束として口にしたことを保護にしたことは一度もない。人間はどうか約束を必ず守るのか？
No, most likely not.
約束を守ろうなんてキャッチフレーズがある以上、ちゃんと履行されてるかどうかは疑わしいな。
わらわから見れば人間の方がよっぽど利己的で下道な存在よ。人間の約束ほど疑わしいものはない。わらわも時に人間と契約するが、くだらない願い一つ叶えるのにどれほど厳重に取り決めをするか想像もつくまい。
Oh, I imagine.
少しでも隙があると連中はすぐに叶える願い
Go turn yourself into a bean?
小さな豆粒に変身してみろとか言い出す。
Oh my god.
親父によく言われたぜ。契約書ほど怖えもんはねえって。よく読まずにハンコを押すやつは骨の髄まで喋られて当然だって言ってた。
So Kinzo is the type who will read the terms and services of every website he logs in.
悪徳で荒稼ぎしてやがったんだな。
察しろ。人は生まれながらに詐欺を知りはせぬ。どこかで被った。だから覚えた。
That's true, though.
押し付け合わずにはいられぬ人の世の罪か。はて、どこの魔女に聞いたやら。
From you?
まあいい。そなたが思っている
Or maybe from Burn?
わらわも無慈悲ではないぞ。
Oops, wrong
嘘をつけ。
button.
これだけの大勢を、しかもまたこんな残酷な方法で殺しておいて、何が無慈悲ではないだ。約束は守るだと。
Oh my god.
いい加減なことを言うな。俺はお前を認めない。
Oh, now you're turning around.
断じてそれを譲らないことだけがお前への抵抗だと俺は信じてる。
What were you just saying before?
なるほど。
Oh, now you turn around because she's like, I'm not that bad. And Beatrice is like, no, fuck you, you are horrible.
永遠の苛波であるのは、わらわに対しても同じであるというわけか。 かもしれぬな。千年は長い。魔女の強さは魔力より我慢強さで決まるのかもしれんな。なるほど。ベルン教の恐ろしさも。
she mentioned burn! Yay!
何をわけのわかんねえ話をブツブツ言ってやがる。さっさと永遠の苛波とやらを続けろよ。俺は1000年でも1万年でも付き合う覚悟だぜ。
Oh shit.
よいよい。少しは戦う気力も戻ってきたようだな。
I think he just would be bored
そうでな
otherwise.
ければつまらない。ほら、対戦ゲームでもよくあるだろう。乱入したけど、相手があまりに弱くて拍子抜けで、わざと負けて最終ラウンドまで延長させて。
I'm just imagining Beatrice is like playing a fighting game with Batter and then just throws a game.
最後に本気でフルボッコにす
Just
ることだって。
just so the grand final bracket can be reset.
例えの意味がわかんねえよ。
ワインと同じよ。よく熟成させねば輝かぬ。お前はそれに耐えられるワインだ。
Oh, like wine.
じっくり熟成させてやる。そなたをわらわの優雅な時間を彩る最高の美酒に育て上げてやるぞ。だからこの程度で屈服などするな。わらわを引き続き否定して。何しろわらわはそなたが認めぬ限り儚き幻想に過ぎぬのだから。
Oh boy. I kind of like this image with Maria in between the two. Like, he's getting to talk with Beatrice. Not fair. Alright, so what's gonna happen? I guess we're going back to Shannon and George. And Goda. We are in the chapel.
何度見ても辛いな。
教授、お察しします。シャノンさん、鍵を頼みます。お亡くなりになられたとはいえ、奥様はレディーです。私には触れることができません。
Respectable. Shannon nodded sharply, her expression filled with a sense of duty. George, Goda, and Shannon had broken a suitable window and were inside the chapel. Since they really hadn't wanted to break one, they'd searched for another way in just in case. But in the end, after proving once again that there was nowhere they could slip in through, it only became more obvious that this chapel was a mysterious closed room. Inside the chapel, time had stopped ever since the last time they left it. Even George wasn't able to approach that gruesome Halloween party again. It was only natural. It reminded him again of the sadness of losing both parents at once. And Goda, thinking of the possibility that those corpses might have changed in some horrible way now that half a day had passed, didn't want to let George get near them. Shannon followed Goda's instructions and approached the party table. And normally, Shannon might have resented having another dirty job forced on her, but now she could truly understand Goda's mental state. Even though Goda had prodigious skill, he'd gotten dragged into trouble, losing his job and ending up left out in the streets, before Natsuki gave him a new life. Though it had been just a casual employment decision for Natsuki, Goda must have thought it a turning point in his fate. Those around Goda could see that he felt a special kind of loyalty to Natsuki. Oh, that's nice. So he probably didn't want to lose that feeling even after her death. Now that half a day had passed, the bodies of Natsuki and the rest had changed completely. Small bugs sniffing out the smell of death had started to gather. Ew! It really wasn't something you'd want to look at directly. Oh, ew! That's gross! Because of her long experience as a servant, Shannon had an idea of which pocket Natsuki kept the way to her room. It would probably be this pocket. Her guess didn't fail her. Just by touching the outside of the pocket, she was immediately able to feel it. She got it! Shannon held the key up high, showing the others that it had been found. As George and Goda watched her, their eyes opened wide. That wasn't the expression Shannon was expecting, so it startled her. It's a master key, isn't it? Oh! Oh shit! Oh no! George and... After all, Shannon hadn't noticed. George and Goda, watching from afar, noticed it first. After all, when Shannon held up the key up high, a blizzard of gold leaf had seeped up from around the table. There were countless gold butterflies. It was the first time George had seen them, so it might look like some kind of illusion. But Goda already knew. He knew that these gold butterflies were far from beautiful and that they would bring about some kind of misfortune. And that gold swelled, trying to suck Shannon in.
Shannon-san!
No! Oh no! Shannon also realized that the gold butterflies were trying to swallow her up. She ran unsteadily, her expression still shocked. As she did, the gold butterflies danced around her all at once. Oh shit, they grouped together. They tried to swallow her up. No! Not my baby!
そう、なんだこれは。これが君たちの言っていた黄金の蝶なのか。
早く外へ。こいつらめ。くそ、くそ。
Oh shit! Oh shit! George and Goda rushed up to Shannon, driving off the cloud of butterflies. And while the butterflies were scattered, they ran towards the broken window. However, they needed a good footing to get out to the window, which was surrounded by shards of broken glass. When they'd entered, there had been enough time to prepare for that, but now there was none. Just go outside!
足場を探してる時間なんかない。
開かない。
Welp?
貸して。くそ、このオンボロが。
Oh no!
早く。くそ、なめるな。
Break down the door, let's go! Goda took off his jacket, swinging it around and scattering the group of butterflies. But saying he was outnumbered would be a real understatement. It was doubtful that it even bought them a short amount of time. George struggled with the broken handle. Its age showed, and it didn't turn well. I can't leave it to strength. It needs the right angle or some trick to it. Just go through the window! Oh shit, and at that moment Goda saw it. He was seen by it. In other words, their eyes met. On the top of the party table, no, with the stained glass behind it, floating, laughing, was the figure of the new witch. Sorry, of the witch. He saw the figure of the laughing witch in the center of the golden whirlwind, with that gold butterfly swirling around about it ready. Oh no!
Beatrice.
It should have been Goda's first meeting with her, but he knew her at a glance. Just like the other servants had said, this was certainly the witch of the portrait herself. Oh shit! Oh, she has the other outfit! Oh no!
そろそろ晩餐の時間ではないか。すでにわらわはこの屋敷のホストである。そなたらを素晴らしきディナーで歓待しなくてはならぬという。
Oh no!
おあつらえ向きに3人ではないか。
Oh, are all of them gonna die? I don't want this!
これは実に好都合。
Woo! They opened the door! Also, I think this is a new song. Oh shit! New music! New music, let's go! Oh my god, this looks like it's gonna sound like a bop.
足を止めてもよいのか?
This is a bop! I love it! Why does Umineko have such good music? Yeah!
ここがそなたらの墓場にふさわしいというなら、それもよかろうぞ。かつての主の傍らにて、 死後も使えたいというその心意気はたたえようぞ。
The golden whirlwind that wrapped around the witch burst. It was like an evil hand had literally spread its fingers and was trying to attack them. The cloud of gold butterflies attacked with a fluttering sound.
急ぐんだ。足を止めちゃいけない。
George's voice brought Shannon and Goda back to their senses. Standing here now would make them like frogs getting stared down by a snake. Can you hide the chat box? I want to grab a screenie of her clothes. Oh, you mean like of Beatrice's outfit? I think there might be a sprite of her in that outfit. Wait a sec. I'm sorry. Now I don't have her on screen anymore. I'm sorry. There was no time to take out their umbrellas. The three of them dashed out into the pouring rain. The three of them never realized because they didn't turn around. But the gold butterflies apparently couldn't handle the rain too well, and this hampered their ability to chase after the humans. The three people ran from their golden pursuers and flew into the mansion. Oh, this is so good, this track. Holy shit. They unlocked the door and dashed into the room. A bit of the scent from Natsu's favorite gentle incense remained in there. However, there was no time to let that calm them now.
どこにあるんだ。宝物箱の中って言ったっけ。
話に聞いただけです。実際にどこにあるかまでは。
多分お化粧台かベッドの脇にあるんじゃないかと思います。
Shannon's womanly sensibilities led her to conclude that. But next to the bed, there was only an incense burner and a half-read novel and glasses. Ooh! Natsu uses reading glasses, that's cute. However, the dresser was elegant and had many drawers, and it would be understandable if she kept some of her valuables there. Let's go! He began to violently open each one of the drawers. He had to hurry. He couldn't actually hear footsteps, but he had the feeling that the witch was approaching. He had the feeling that her laugh was approaching. Let's go, 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 go! Let's go! He emptied the drawers one by one and examined their contents. Every small box for makeup looked like a treasure box. And the amount of effort it would take to inspect all of them made him feel a little dizzy. At a glance, it looked slightly larger than a music box. When shaken, it rustled, as though various small objects were inside. But it was locked and it didn't open.
鍵はすぐ近くに隠しておくものです。あるいは常に身につけている人もいるかも。わからない。わからない。
Oh no!
やむを得ない。こそ。でも乱暴にはできないね。中の鏡を割ってしまうかもしれない。こじ開ける道具はないかな。くそ。
Goda looked all over the room, trying to see if there was some tool that he could use, and he noticed the door, which had been left open ever since they'd entered. He approached the door to close it and saw the abominable shadows of people approaching them beyond the darkness in the hall. Oh no, it's a bunch of goats, isn't it? No, it wasn't shadows of people, because they weren't human at all. Goats? Goda's voice trailed off. It was the shock of seeing a procession of those not of this world. He was a servant, so he knew all the servants working for the Ushinomiya family, but he didn't know about these. However, they were definitely servants, and not servants working for Ushinomiya Kinzo or Ushinomiya Kraus. It's the goats! Oh shit! Oh shit! Fuck! That's a lot! And these new servants who work for the new master of the mansion, the Golden Witch Beatrice, had goat heads and bright red, boiled eyes of lava. No! The big swords! Shit! Oh my god, she's tiny. Wait. Let me see if I made a screenshot. This is perfect. As the new master laughed loudly and trimly directed 6 of the new servants, he saw them approach, piercing the darkness as they came. Of course, she was clad in the gold butterflies that they were her symbol. Goda hurriedly closed the door and locked it. However, just as he locked it, it returned to normal, just as though a spring or something had knocked it back. Oh shit, it's Beatrice. It gave the illusion that some prankster beyond the door was unlocking it every time he locked it. He couldn't have reached the other side of the door yet. So who was doing it and how? It almost felt like playing with a broken toy. Click boing. Click boing. Not the goats being kind. They are very buff though. So I understand.
しまらない。閉めても開いてしまう。どうなってんだこりゃ。クソクソクソクソ。
Oh shit.
鍵がわらわを拒むと思うか。その部屋の新しき主をその部屋の扉が拒むと思うのか。
It was like the witch could see Goda's frantic effort through the door. Even now, the footsteps continued to approach, and when not just their footsteps, but even their breath could be heard, Goda gave up on the lock and slammed into the door, locking it using his own large body. Please do not get stabbed through the door, I'm begging.
これはどうでしょう。
レターオープナーか。そっちの方がいいね。貸して。万年筆じゃうまくいかない。
Oh shit, oh fuck. George took it once again and dug into the crack under the lid of the treasure box. It looked like it's working. Oh no! Oh shit! The pressure from across the door grew even stronger. Goda screamed. This wasn't a war cry during a test of strength. He was terrified. He was simply terrified that nothing but a single wooden door was stopping him from touching something not of this world. But he was still lucky. He wasn't touching the things directly, because they were on the other side of the door. So if he were to touch them directly, Goda's cry would surely turn from something brave into a pathetic, piercing scream, and therefore one that was more real. Oh no 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 no! Oh shit! Goda couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes. Coming through the door, an arm was slipping straight through the wood like it was water. Oops. As though doing this was the most natural thing in the world. And it rubbed the back of Goda's hand as he frantically tried to hold the door shut. Fuck, 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 he's gonna die! It slid up his arm to his chest, gouged the chest and kill, it's happening! And then up to his chin, gouged the head and kill, that's gonna happen. By now, Goda's scream wasn't even audible anymore. He could hear a sweet whispering voice from across the door. It wasn't coming from the witch, but it sounded like a young woman. However, that didn't change the fact that came from someone not of this world. Oh no! Oh no! Goodbye, Goda. Rest in heck, Goda. No! Shit! He's dead. Oh no! Fuck. Well, Goda's dead. That reeled arm burst. Then they heard the sound of something jumping around the room at an incredible speed. They didn't know what it was. Incredibly fast, small, like a steel or maybe a beetle. When it buried itself right into the center of Goda's chest and stopped. Gouged the chest and kill, it happened. They realized for the first time that its true form was something like a stake with a strange design on it. Goda's large body shook, bent backwards, and fell over. No! Oh no! Goda is dead! F in the chat! Send F in the chat, our man Goda is dead. As it did, the door opened softly, even though no one was pushing it. Welcoming in the new master of this room. It looked almost as though the door itself had accepted her. Oh, what a way to die. Poor guy. Oh no! Welp. The ghost attendants came in one after another. 6 of them! 6! Then that witch came in, and the golden butterflies came in. The room was wrapped in a blizzard of gold leaf, which fell and piled up, turning it more and more into a world of gold. Uh-oh.
Shannon, ルーレットはそなたとジョージを選んだ。
No!
解放の日に感謝せよ。
No, no, no!
未練はあるの？
Not my baby!
ないよな。
Don't take Shannon from me again!
惚れた男から婚約指輪をもらって、夜も共にしないうちに殺されてしまっても未練なんかないよな。
Oh no!
女の幸せを教えてもらいたかったんだろう。ああ、シャーノン、ダメダメ、垂れてるぜ。お前の口元から未練が。
Oh man! Oh shit! Crack! It was the sound of the lid of the treasure box breaking open. When George turned it over, accessories and charms. Very small objects that Nazi had treasured when she was a girl fell out. Mixed in with that was a pouch that stood out from the rest. He picked it up and was immediately sure. This was it.
見つけた。これだ。
I could really use some gold servants now where did I put my cauldron and dagger? I mean, gold servants to work for you would be nice. No! Don't! No! Not George! All at once, the gold butterfly attacked George, who was hurriedly trying to remove the contents of the pouch. Oh? What's this? Oh! Shannon is unleashing her power! Yes! And at that time, a bright red flash seemed to light up the room for an instant. The red flash seemed to cut a hole in the cloud of gold butterflies raging around the room, drawing a circle with Shannon at the center. So the resulting scene was truly divine, almost as though a single streak of light had cut through the clouds in this world of gold. George was curled in a ball, trying to protect himself from the group of butterflies, didn't have a clue what was going on. Oh! Yes! She looks so cool! My baby! My baby girl! She is doing so well! Then he noticed that Shannon was standing guard in front of him, shielding him, as she glared at the witch and the rest with a serious face she'd never shown him before.
忘れていた。そなたもまた金蔵の優れた家具だったな。それもカノンよりだいぶ熟成した。
She too has magical power!
カノン君をよくも殺したことじゃない。よくも亡骸を消し去り、その名誉まで汚そうとしたな。
Oh! Let's go, Shannon!
おやおや、シャーノン、それを怒ってるのか？カノンに会えなくて寂しいならわらわに頼めよ。いつだって会わせてやるというのに。
Now that's just rude. When the witch snapped her fingers, one of the 6 gold attendants lit with gold and changed into Kanon. It was definitely a sight to make one doubt their eyes. It was definitely Kanon's face. Oh, that's what we had before. However, in those eyes, the glint of Kanon's integrity was nowhere to be seen. They were the hazy eyes of furniture that only obeyed the orders of the witch. George couldn't understand the scene right before his eyes, and he finally understood why Goda and the rest had been unable to talk about what they'd seen in the servant room.
楽しいですか？
ああ、楽しいぞ。死が引き裂いた2人を再会させるのはいつだって楽しい。死で引き裂いて1度、合わせて2度、もう一度引き裂いて3度楽しめるのだからな。
Oh boy, I wonder what she will do.
姉と遊んでやりなさい。もし痛めつけられたら、思いっきり苦悶の表情を浮かべてやるといい。
Oh boy. From the imposter Canon's arm, a strangely shining curve extended. He planned to tear Shannon apart with that. The single stroke he would attack Shannon, who still hadn't prepared her heart, and... That's the third time now, though.
弟に殺されろよ、シャノン。きっといい夢が見られるぜ。
I wonder what she's gonna do. No! No! Oh god, no! The imposter Canon certainly seemed to lunge at Canon, drawing several purple curves. But when he flew at her, it was so as some kind of invisible wall had been placed in front of her. Oh, she's a defensive fighter, I assume. The wall repelled the imposter, leaving a bright red ripple on its surface. No, it didn't repel him, it smashed him. Oh shit, it knocked him back, turning him into golden dust, into little bits, scattering him. That foolish furniture who had taken Canon's form and even disgraced his honor after death broke into countless gold butterflies. And then those butterflies themselves broke into pieces, and those pieces were broken into pieces, until they were no longer butterflies, but a golden splash that faded away.
Shannon.
She is impressive, isn't she? I adore her. Well, she is powerful! Yay!
霊境がそなたに力を貸しているというのか。
Maybe?
しかし、その霊境の本当の力を引き出すには準備も時間も足りないな。そのどちらもわらわは与えはせぬ。
The spirit mirror George gripped had let out a divine glow, displaying a strength powerful enough to submit to wicked forces. But that glow was no match for the witch's sinister nature. Oh dear.
これだから家具は怖い。予期せずしてタンスの角にぶつける足の小指のような気持ちよ。
I agree, that sucks.
これだから家具は怖い。家具が、家具。
私は家具じゃない。そして、あなたを今はとても哀れに思う。
Oh snap!
何？ほう。1000年の魔女に100年も至らぬ家具が今何と言ったか。
あなたはとても哀れな人。愛し合う二人に未練がないわけがない。でも、あなたの期待するような未練はかけらほどもない。
Oops. What's it gonna be?
家具の分際でジョージと結ばれたくてわらわの靴を舐めた日々を忘れてわらわにそれを語るか。
I mean, that was canon.
愛に生き、泥念を這うが人間。それを嘲笑い、見下しているつもりで、あなたはそれにはるかに劣る。私は今こそあなたを哀れに思う。
Oh man!
愛し合う二人にとって添い遂げることにどれほどの意味が。意味はある。きっとある。でもそれはあなたの言うこととは全然違う。もっと新鮮にして、あなたごとき邪悪が口にする資格もないほどの新鮮な意味がある。だから私にはすでに何の未練もない。
Oh my god!
ジョージさんと愛を誓い合った。その証として指輪を受け取った。それで永遠の誓いは完了した。あなたがどんな邪悪な魔法や悪意で私たちを災難だとしても永遠は汚さない。
She's right though! Oh my god!
綺麗事を詩人のように語るな。 愛は情欲なんだよ。少女漫画見たく綺麗事ばっかりで語れねえんだよ。
I mean, that's factually wrong. there are asexual people, you know.
うじばえどもなんだよ。そんなこともその年でまだ理解できねえのかよ。お前は失望するぜ。その後ろのメガネ男のどす黒い欲望。がっかり愕然唖然呆然全然ダメだぜシャーノンああもういいや語るな家具がこの家具
Oh man.
何様のつもりだよ語りやがって愛なんて結局はど汚ねえ汚物をどう綺麗に見せようかって欺瞞なんだよそいつに気づいて人は大人になるんだろう死ねよクズ家具スクラップ
Oh
お
boy.
前を汚らわしいウジ虫に変えてやるよそれでもそのメガネがお前を愛するかそいつの愛のどぎたねえ現実ってやつを教えてやるよ死ねよガラクタがてめえが愛を語るんじゃねえ
That seemed to have hit her in a soft spot, I guess. I guess Shannon pressed the button. The invisible column of light, with Shannon at the center, started to have bright red ripples drawn all over it at once. The wall did its best to withstand the unseeable malice that tried to corrode in on them from all directions.
なんだよそれは抵抗してるつもりかよ安っぽいんだよ薄っぺらいんだよお前の綺麗事と同じなんだよ見せかけだけの薄っぺら見たくないものをベールで覆って隠してるだけなんだよまだわかんないのかよだから家具なんだよ家具ほら削られてるぜカリカリコリコリガリガリゴリゴリなんて薄くて情けないんだよ
Damn, Beatrice is going off! Parmigiano Reggiano!
パルミジャーノレッジアーノの方がまだ削るのに苦労がいるぜ
Man, she is going off! The golden windstorm that covered the room gradually began to shave the walls of the column that protected Shannon and George. The bright red ripples frantically drew a resisting pattern, but that just turned it into a red wall of despair that began to wrap the two of them up.
庄司さん、ごめんなさい。やはり私には無理でした。
ありがとう君は僕のために戦ってくれたそれだけで嬉しいよ
Oh, they're both gonna die. The round wall that once protected them was assaulted and covered with a curve of bright red ripples as it seemed to scream, and it began to suck the two of them up instead. Ah! My eyes! And they're dead. Ah, unfortunate.
庄司さん、お願いが。
Shannon grasped George's hand behind her. So George hugged her shoulders just as strongly.
なんだ
最後に愛してるって聞かせてください。
あさよ僕は君を永遠に
Beatrice is gonna interrupt him. Oh, fuck you! You're horrible! I had to look away because it was good. I was gonna hurt my eyes otherwise. Jesus, what, Beatrice? No chill. After Genji finished his late meal, he went out to do the nighttime rounds inside the mansion. He'd eaten some reheated soup that Goda had made, along with some random leftovers from the refrigerator. Those were all things Goda had made himself and were of course delicious. He had half-heartedly gone to ask Rosa and the others what they would do for dinner, but he'd been yelled at by a voice telling him that the canned food that would be enough, and the door wasn't even open for him. So ironically, the servant Genji was able to eat a more delicious meal. But why was it that Genji wasn't afraid to do the rounds all by himself, even though all those crimes had been committed and many people had already met a brutal end? Judging by his appearance, as he carried out his usual tasks without a trace of fear, as though everything was normal, you might think all the horrible events that day had been no more than a dream or an illusion. Was he talking a philosophic view, or had he just accepted his fate? Then he must have considered it a virtue that, when the fate that awaited him was unavoidable, he carried out his duties systematically until the last moment. The depth of his heart would probably remain hidden for all eternity unless he spoke of them himself. He had returned his master key to Rosa, so the place he could reach were extremely limited. All he could do was walk around the hallway, checking to make sure all the windows were closed. That probably made his rounds go a lot faster than usual. He's gonna find Natsu's room, isn't he? Oh! What's this? What's this? What did you find? At the sound of a reserved knock, Aunt Rosa, who had been falling into a doze, jumped and woke up, pointing at the barrel of the gun at the door as she yelled. I was napping on a sofa, and that voice also brought me back to reality.
Genji でございます。
何か用なの？扉は開けなくて結構よ。そのままで話して。
はい。それではこのままで失礼させていただきます。南條先生と熊沢の遺体を見つけました。
Oh, they are in the incinerator, aren't they?
なんだって。
そう、わかったわ。確認に行きましょう。死体を見ない限り、私は誰も信じない。
When are they gonna find George and the rest, though?
大丈夫だよ、バトラー。マリアといれば絶対に大丈夫。
Maybe my face seemed to be darkened with anxiety. Maria grasped my hand with her small hand and spoke softly, trying to give me courage. No, what a sweetie. Since it was Aunt Rosa's job to ready the gun and stand guard, it fell to me to remove the barricade of the sofas. When I finished, I took a backwards glance at Aunt Rosa, who was pointing the barrel of the gun over my shoulder, and opened the door.
Genji-san, 二人の死体はどこに？
中庭です。ご案内いたします。
バトラ君待って。念のため部屋の戸締まりを確認していくわ。ちょっと待ってね。
Aunt Rosa called me to a halt to prevent me from going on ahead, and began to carefully check the locks on each of the windows. But those locks had already been checked once. It felt kind of unpleasant, as though she suspected that I might secretly unlock them when she wasn't looking. No, maybe Aunt Rosa was right to be this cautious. I mean, it's only you four left. Though it was called the courtyard, it wasn't really a pretty place you could take a walk in, like the rose garden. On the contrary, since it was surrounded by the mansion on all sides, it made you feel a little uncomfortable, as though it was telling you that there would be no escape from this mansion no matter where he tried to run. On the other hand, that meant that even though he could still hear the violent winds, the wind itself was blocked. Genji-san held out an umbrella, but Aunt Rosa ignored him. She was probably hinting that the gun took two hands and it would be dangerous if she took the umbrella. We didn't need Genji-san pointing for us to notice. Right in the center of the courtyard, he could see where Dr. Nanjun Kumasawa lay. Aunt Rosa entered the courtyard without even opening an umbrella. So Genji and I also entered the courtyard without opening one. Only Maria opened hers.
Maria, これはあれだな。
おお、第7の番と第8の番だね。
7 and 8, okay.
なるほど。確かに源氏さんたちが言っていたように、二人の首にはひどい傷があるわね。すごく鋭利な、まるで日本刀か何かで切ったかのようにすっぱりね。
Those gaping wounds on their necks definitely made me want to avert my eyes, but after seeing that Halloween party in the chapel, even though they looked horrible, they were no longer enough to make me feel sick. More importantly, our gazes fell to their legs, Dr. Nanja's knee, Kumasawa's ankle, Driven to each one of them was something like a knife or a stake with a demonic design. They must have been the same as the thing that had pierced Jetsuka's back.
これは何なの？ジェシカちゃんの時と同じね。何かオカルトの儀式のつもり
Yes?
なのかしら。
わかりません。彼らの遺体を最後に見た時にはこのようなものはありませんでした。使用人室から運び出された後に
I mean, most likely, yeah. The one stuck into Dr. Nanjo's knee was still standing erect, but the one that had been thrust into Kumasawa's ankle might have been a little shallower. It had come out and fallen over. So by looking at the one that had fallen over for the first time, I realized that it wasn't a knife, but something like a stake. Its full length was probably about 30 centimeters. It was probably made out of bronze or iron or something of the sort. Even without touching it, I could tell it had some weight to it. It was composed of a grip and a cone-shaped part, and it was obviously made to be a piercing weapon. Maybe it was like a miniature version of those lances the Western knights used on horseback. The spiral-shaped ditches in it made it also look like a small drill. However, the grip had an occult design modeled off a demon or something. So instead of a weapon used in war, it felt like something that would be used in a ceremony to offer up living sacrifices.
間違いない。生贄のつもりなんだな。
第7の番に膝をえぐりて殺せ。第8の番に足をえぐりて殺せ。
待てよ。それじゃ第4、5、6の番が抜けちまう。
Well, I guess they just happened.
まさか。
Of course. Why is Genji-san alone? If something like this has happened, why aren't George, Aniki, Goda-san, and Shannon-chan here? Why was Genji-san alone?
どういうこと？ジョージ君たち3人はどこへ行ったの？
Welp, they're dead.
夏日奥様のお部屋を探し物に行きたいと言われました。
Oh shit, I'm calling it now. Rosa's gonna shoot Genji.
お戻りになりません。
なんだって。その出かけたってのはいつ頃の話なんだよ。
2、3時間前のことだと思います。
Oh shit, Rosa's gonna shoot him.
なんでそんな大事なことをやっちゃなくて、なんで不審に思わなかったんだよ。
常に一人使用人は待機していなくてはなりません。
Oh no, that doesn't help you. Was Genji-san really this much of a robot? This is bad, this is bad, it's really bad. You are dead, son. Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san were killed like this, which means that 3 people have already been killed. We ran towards Al-Nazi's room, with a touch of anxiety and just as much resignation. Genji, you are going to die. Rosa is gonna kill you herself. Before we even saw the inside of Al-Nazi's room, we were forced to resign ourselves to a certain fact. On that door was a bizarre scribble. No filth? Anyway, the room wasn't in an ordinary state, and without even opening the door, we could imagine that we'd find inside. On the face of the door, how should I say it? Handprints, done heavily with the same red paint as the magic circles from before, had banged on the door, scratched at it, dirtied it. It looked like the aftermath of a kindergartner playing in the mud. I didn't know what it could mean. The bright red paint had been slathered on what was dripping down, and even though no one said it, it made us think of blood.
Genji-san, 開けてください。
Aunt Rosa held her gun up high and ordered Genji-san to open the door. He's gonna die. Genji is gonna die. I'm calling it. Genji-san approached it without seeming particularly troubled by that stuff on it and turned the knob. But it immediately turned around, shaking his head. It was locked. Again! At that moment, there was only one person in this mansion who could lock and unlock doors at will, Aunt Rosa. This time, Genji-san asked Aunt Rosa to unlock the door instead of the other way around. After frowning slightly for a second, Aunt Rosa handed me a master key and told me to open the door.
バトラ君、これで開けてもらえる？
そのくらいのこと、ケンジさんを信用しても。
Aunt Rosa glared at me intensely. Getting into a fight here would only make a mood turn even more sour. Without talking back anymore, I approached the creepy door and tried the knob. Help, I cannot stop hiccuping. No! Oh no! Drink water! It didn't open. It was definitely the resistance of the lock. I stuck the master key into the keyhole. Clunk. There was a slight resistance. Aunt Rosa told me to be on guard, and I opened the door without really guarding myself in any way. Okay, this is a locked room mystery I wouldn't know how to solve, TBH. And then there was a scene laid out before us that didn't betray my expectations at all. Oh man, Shannon and George are probably butchered. The inside of the room looked as though a robber had just broken in. Drawers had been flung open, pulled out, and had their contents thrown about all over the place, leaving the room so cluttered you'd never believe it belonged to a methodical old Nazi. But the very first thing that caught our eyes was Goda-san's corpse lying face down right in front of the door. Right in the center of his chest, almost as though it had been stuck there to finish off a vampire, was all of the demon stakes from before. Exactly how far it could have reached after being stuck that deep into his chest? Just imagine it would make anyone's chest hurt. So mad he's floating. Wasn't gouging the chest the fifth twilight? Maria grabbed my hand. Her expression looked like just like normal, but maybe she really was afraid of the aura in this room where the three corpses lay. Along the wall farthest into the room, George Aniki lay dead. This time one of the stakes had been rammed right into the center of his stomach. Wasn't gouging the stomach the sixth twilight? Shannon-chan's corpse was face down in front of the dresser, lying in the sea of blood. Oh, poor baby! Had she seen her own face at the end in that horribly broken mirror stained with blood? Because she was lying that way, couldn't see her face, but I could guess even without seeing it. Nearby, in the sea blood she lay, a demon stake had fallen. Only the fourth twilight was left, gouged the head and killed. Maybe my heart was totally worn out and dead. Even though I knew it was wrong, I lifted her head and checked. And I confirmed that my guess had been right on the mark. There was a gaping hole in Shannon-chan's head and the insides were dripping out. Not only that, but you could see even inside her. Ugh! After seeing that, I finally realized I was doing something wrong. I immediately averted my eyes, but by now it was probably pointless. Oh boy. I drank some vinegar and it stopped. Ah! That's good then. Aunt Rosa got violently mad at me and even tugged at the back of my collar. I tottered limply and fell on my butt, gazing dimly up at the ceiling.
Maria. これで第8の番まで終わっちまったな。第9の番って何だったっけ？
第9の番に魔女は蘇る。誰も生き残れはしない。
Again, they didn't solve the riddle.
そっか、これで黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェは復活するんだな。そしてなんだ、最後の第10の番。
第10の番に旅は終わり、黄金の里に至るだろう。黄金鏡の扉はもうすぐ開かれるんだよ。
Oh boy.
魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。俺たちはこれから死ぬのか、それともこれで生贄の儀式は終了で俺たちの旅は終わり。
Oh boy, what's gonna happen?
何が俺たちの旅だ。俺たちは今日一日犯人を見つけよう、事態を打開しようと散々頭をひねって何も至れなかった。バカの考え、休むに似たりってやつだ。そうさ、俺たちは今日一日ずっと憎悪と疑心暗鬼で自分を焼き焦がした。死んだ人間しか信用できないって言ってわざわざ3人の死に顔をここまで確認に来たんだぜ。
Oh man.
こんな俺たちがどうして黄金鏡とやらにたどり着けるっていうんだよ。
Damn, Battler has been broken in chapter 2 already. That's right, if he couldn't resolve any of our problems anyway, it wouldn't have been so much better if we'd locked ourselves up the whole time without thinking at all. Grandfather's the wisest of us. He's been shut up in his room since yesterday without any contact with anyone. That was the right decision. Grandfather was the most correct of us all.
大丈夫だよバトラー。マリアといれば大丈夫。魔女はとても気まぐれで、時に面白半分に人間を殺すかもしれない恐ろしい存在。でもマリアと一緒にいれば絶対に大丈夫。
Oh boy.
だから怯えないで。
ありがとな。気休めでも嬉しいぜ。
After Aunt Rosa finished investigating the corpses, she announced that she'd seal this room again. Chased the rest of us out, stole back the master key she'd lent me, and locked the door again. Apparently, George Aniki had been holding the key to Aunt Nazi's room. She also collected that. Wait a sec. She's got all the master keys on her person. If Nazi's own key was locked up inside this room, doesn't that make it another closed room? Yeah. So what? Is this the fourth closed room? Yes. And I'm tired. Now that the suspicions surrounding those three had been cleared, we return to the parlor once more. I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. If only the dead are innocent and everyone alive is a wolf, that leaves only me, Aunt Rosa, Mari, and Genji-san. What about Kinzo? And besides us, there's only grandfather and that 19th person, the guest we see no trace of, Beatrice. 13 people had died and 6 were left. How would a wolves and sheep puzzle with only 6 people end? Even though a puzzle that started with 19 people has been reduced to 6. I can't think of an answer. Battler, sir, you have been absolutely shattered. Damn. We returned to the parlor. I was a bit worried that while we were gone, a creepy magic circle or something might have been drawn on the parlor door. But thankfully we didn't find anything like that. Yet.
ありがとう、源氏さん。ここまでで結構よ。あなたも今日は休んでください。
かしこまりました。
Oh, I was convinced that Rosa was gonna pull up her gun and then just shoot him.
休ませていただきます。
おい、ローザおばさん。この状況下で、源氏さんをたった一人で過ごさせるっていうのかよ。
Yeah, I guess.
そうね。とても危険なことだと思うわ。でも、ならなぜ彼は無事なの？彼は3人が夏日姉さんの部屋へ向かった後、ずっと一人でいた。
Yeah, she suspects
無事
him.
だった。狼と羊のパズルよ。最も弱い立場となる孤立した羊が無事な理由は何？
狼がたまたまいなかったんだろ。
違うわ。
It's
そ
because
れ
he's
が
a wolf.
羊じゃなかったからよ。
源氏さんが狼だっていうのかよ。
But isn't the wolf puzzle like, if there are more sheep, then the wolf won't eat them?
彼は一人で厨房にいたそうだけど、それは証明不能よ。南條先生たちの死体を運んだり、ジョージ君たちを殺したりできたのは、彼かベアトリーチェだけなのよ。
待てよ。その論法じゃ誰だって。
バトラ様、お気遣いをありがとうございます。私は信頼を勝ち得るのは常に100の言い訳ではなく、たとえ信頼をいただけなくても、私は最後まで誠実でありたいと思います。
源氏さん。
Oh well.
なら決まりね。あなたが本当に無実なら、それは明日やってくる警察が証明してくれるわ。
He's gonna die next.
それまでの間、あなたを疑いから外すわけにはいかない。長年、後宮家に仕えてくれたあなたに、こんな仕打ちをするのは本当に心苦しいんだけれど、今夜は分かってください。そして、明日になったら、もう一度仲直りさせてください。
Genji gave his head a small shake.
今日も明日も私は後宮家の使用人であり続けます。ご用がありましたらいつでもお申し付けください。
My cat is here and she's watching.
失礼させていただきます。
And after hearing all that, there was nothing left to say. Genji-san bowed deeply and left down the hall. He's gonna be next. Oh boy. Then we entered the room. Even though Aunt Rosa still held all the master keys herself, she thoroughly checked the inside of the parlor again. She opened the curtains and checked again to make sure the windows were locked. As I watched, how should I say it, I felt like it didn't really matter anymore. If I said anything careless, it would turn into another fight. For a while, I gazed at her from the corridor, figured I waited just about long enough and entered the parlor behind her. If she doesn't trust anyone but the dead, why doesn't she just go around killing everyone with the gun she's got in her hand? And then in the end she realized that she herself is the wolf. And she can't just blast through the head of the final wolf and close the curtain of this insane murder drama. As I thought that bitterly, I returned to the sofa where I'd been encamped before, rudely resting both of my feet on the table. And when I tried to do that, I found something there and stopped moving my feet. Oh! Another letter? Right there, almost as though it had been addressed to me, was a Western envelope. It was that envelope from before with the seal of the one-winged eagle. And it was unopened. Wait. What is this? Who put it in a place like this and when? Uh-oh. Until I went with everyone to check the corpses, I was sitting here the whole time, and there wasn't anything there then. And when I returned, it was... here. Oh. Oh shit! I heard Rosa muttering that. Wait. We made sure this room was safe when we left it. We checked that the windows were all perfectly locked. Then we locked it up, came back, and the windows were still locked. And wait, who put this letter here and how? Rosa, I guess. I opened the letter. 2 pieces of stationery came out. The first page had a magic circle drawn on it with something like blood. If I asked Maria, she'd probably know what it meant. Then there was a writing on another page. Have you made progress in solving the epitaph? In just a short while, your time will be up in a flash. The ninth twilight will begin quite soon. There was no mistake. It was a letter from Beatrice. Battle, you're next. Uh-oh.
バトラ君、その手紙は？
いや、ここに置いてあったんだ。どうしてだよ。この部屋はちゃんと戸締まりをしていたのに。どうしてだよ。
Uh-oh, Battle, you're gonna be suspected next.
どうして？
マリア、いらっしゃい。
Uh-oh. Shit. Goodbye, Battler. Aunt Rosa closed her eyes just a little, and after thinking silently for a moment, told Maria to come. Maria obeyed her mother's words, and as she did, something unbelievable happened. Aunt Rosa pointed the barrel of that gun at me. No!
バトラ君、あなたを狼だと断定するわ。
Goodbye, Battler. Oh my god! What? He's already beaten, and Beatrice is like, no, that's not enough.
私はこの部屋にたった今帰ってきて、そのテーブルの上に何もないことを見ているわ。
I think Genji slipped it into his
そし
pocket.
てマリアがそのテーブルに近づいていないこともわずかな時間よ。でもこのテーブルに近づき、そして手紙を見つけたと主張するのはあなただけなのよ。
そんなのって。
Why didn't you just say you took the letter from George's room, like the one room?
めちゃくちゃだ。おい。俺は不審なものを見つけて報告しただけだぜ。なんで俺が疑われるんだよ。
あなたにしかその手紙をそこへ置けないからよ。
Rest in heck.
そう、これは自作自演。あなたが懐から封筒を取り出し、たった今見つけたかのように振る舞った。密室の中に魔女が入って手紙を置いていった幻想を作り出すためにね。
Oh no! Goodbye.
バカ野郎。またそういう考えなのかよ。そんなことで俺まで疑うのかよ。
Yeah, she is.
いい加減にしろ。俺は親父たちを殺されてるんだぞ。そんな俺がどうして犯人の片棒を担がなければならないんだよ。
そうね。たとえ莫大なお金がもらえるとしたとしても、そんなことで肉親の命を切り売りできるような悪魔がいるなんて信じたくないわ。
You probably would. Don't lie.
いるかもしれない。言い方が悪いわね。
Oh my god.
例えば バトラ君にとってルドルフ兄さんたちが親でなかったとしたら。
はあ、何を言い出すかと思えば、親父は親父だろうが。確かにキリエさんと血縁はねえが、俺の姉貴も同然のお人だ。そこだけは聞き捨てならねえぞ、この野郎。
Oh, goodbye, sir. Maria, please protect him.
ごめんなさい、言い方が悪かったわね。確かに後ろ宮バトラ君はルドルフ兄さんの子供かもしれない。でもあなた本当にルドルフ兄さんの息子のバトラ君なの？
The fuck are you saying?
何をわけのわかんねえこと。俺がバトラじゃねえんなら誰に見えるってんだよ。
ルドルフ兄さんも含めて私たちは6年ぶりにあなたに再会しているわ。
Oh,
あなたが本当に後ろ宮バトラかなんて誰も証明できないのよ。
the fuck is wrong
あな
with
たは本
you?
当は後ろ宮バトラじゃなくて後ろ宮家の財産をうまく騙し取ろうと紛れ込んだ何者かかもしれない。あなた自分が後ろ宮バトラだとはっきり証明できる。今この場で。
Oh boy.
いい加減にしやがれ。俺は俺だ、後ろ宮バトラだ。そこまで疑い出したら、あんただって本当に後ろ宮ローザなのかよ。自分は自分だ、他の誰でもね。
This is a shit show. Poor Battler. I mean, this is pure chaos. The poor man.
そこまで言うなら反論させてもらうぜ。ジョージの兄貴たちが死んでいた夏代おばさんの部屋には鍵がかかってた。部屋の鍵はジョージの兄貴が持っていたんだろう。そしてマスターキーを持ってるのは今やローザおばさんだけだぜ。あの部屋に施錠できたのはあんただけじゃねえかよ。俺の推理じゃこうだ。あんたは真犯人と通じ合っていて、俺たちの目を盗み5つのマスターキーのうちの1つをこっそり貸し出したんだ。
She's just gotta up and shoot him. She doesn't have to
そんな
answer.
ことしないわよ。ほらここに5つあるわよ。
そんなのは当てになるもんか。あらかじめ取り決めた場所に置かせて回収したかもしれねえじゃねえかよ。それにマスターキーが5個かどうかは疑わしいと言ってたのはあんただぜ。
じゃああなたはその封筒をあなた以外の誰がどうやって、それが証明できない限りあなたが狼なのよ。
Jesus fuck.
うるせえ。
Oh, poor Jesus. Oh my god, Battler.
ならあんたこそ証明しろよ。犯人はどうやってジョージの兄貴たちをあの密室で殺したと言うんだよ。
This is me if I were a lawyer.
どうやって施錠したと言うんだよ。
まったくにもってその通り。夏日の部屋も全く同じだぞ、いつもの通り。扉も窓も内側から施錠されていた。いかなるイカ様も細工もなく、そして隠された通行手段もなければ隠れる場所もない。
Then I guess the culprit is
夏日自
Rosa.
身の鍵はジョージのポケットに入って室内に閉じ込められていた。あとは5本のマスターキーしかないが、それは全てローザが持っている。ついでに言おう、その客間も同じよ。本来の客間の鍵は使用人室に封印されている。だからマスターキー以外では解錠不能。部屋の密室定義もいつもに同じよ。
Jesus, that's her favorite.
おいおい、容疑者はもう一人しかいねえぜ。
うるせえ。
It's definitely not him.
黙ってろ。
黙るのはあなたの方でしょう。あなた以外にどうやってその手紙を置けたというの。それが証明できない限りあなたは狼なのよ。
Oh man.
俺が疑えるってんならあんただって疑えるぜ。
I think the sprite sounds wrong.
最初に部屋に入って戸締まりの確認だのを始めたのはローザおばさんじゃねえかよ。そして俺の座っていた場所に再び俺が戻るだろうことを見越し、これはあんたの罠だって疑うこともできるんだぜ。
どうして私がそんな罠を。私が狼ならこの銃で問答無用で撃ってるわよ。
そんなのじゃ理由にならねえな。
Oh my god, the sudden flip.
マリアの目の前で殺人ができねえから、うまく罠にかけようって回りくどいことしてるかもしれねえじゃねえか。
That's a point.
マスターキーは全てあんたの手にある。ならここもさっきも全部あんたの仕業じゃねえかよ。言い逃れできるってんなら言い訳を聞かせてみろよ。
Oh man, this is getting
そう
tense.
さ、ローザおばさんは最初から怪しいんだよ。なんで親族会議の大人たちが6人殺されたのにローザおばさんだけが例外なんだ。なんでローザおばさんだけがあの礼拝堂にいなかったんだ。一つしか理由がねえよ。ローザおばさんが親父たちをあそこに招いて殺したんだ。
Seventh expansion mod has several display sprites. Umineko project is more faithful. Yeah, I was thinking of switching to that mod after this chapter.
くそそれで全部説明が
But I actually don't know how to uninstall a mod, so I have to see how to do it.
ふざけんじゃねえ。わけのわかんねえことを言うんじゃねえ。
This man is going feral. I have to go sleep now. Have fun. Thank you. Have a good night, Nate. I think he's dead. Bato, you're dead. Oh boy. Oh, poor baby. Maria thrust herself in between Aunt Rosa and me as the blood started rising to our heads. I was taken aback by Maria's crying voice and returned to my senses. I acted shamefully just now. My eyes filled with tears. Why? You got a gun pointed to you!
そう全部魔女のせいだったんじゃないかよ。鍵がどうこうとかトリックだのアリバイだの全部バカらしかったんだ。魔女の仕業なのに俺たちは同じ人間同士を信じ合うこともできなくてなあ。ローザおばさん、人間の犯人なんて最初からいなかったんだ。だからローザおばさんが犯人のわけがないし、俺やマリアだって、そしてゲンジさんだって他のみんなだって、どうしてこんなことに。俺はどうして大好きだったローザおばさんとこんなことの隣り合いをしてるんだよ。
Yeah, but she probably didn't love you.
優しくって大好きだったおばさんとどうしてこんな罵り合いをしてるんだよ。
Sucks, doesn't it?
みんなで疑い合わなくちゃならねえんだよ。
That's the whole point of the story, though!
おばさんを疑ってなんかいないんだ。誰も疑ってなんかないんだ。全部魔女の仕業だったんだ。ベアトリーチェの仕業だったんだ。全部ベアトリーチェが魔法で行った事件だったんだ。ベアトリーチェ、頼むからここに現れてくれよ。そして自分が全てやったと俺たちに告白してくれよ。もうごめんだ。こんな疑り合いはごめんなんだ。だから俺たちを許してくれ。
Well, Rosa will never
解放
stop.
してくれ。互いの死を見届け合うまで疑り合わなきゃならない地獄から解放してくれ。俺に優しい親戚たちを、いとこたちを返してくれよ。
But your relatives weren't very nice people.
嫌だ、全部嫌だ。お前は確かに実在する。お前姿を見せてくれよ。ベアトリーチェ。
Battler has successfully evolved into Kinzo. Congratulations! You are now a Beatrice simp too.
ベアトリーチェ。
Damn, He's even more guttural than Kinzo. Holy shit! And Rosa's gonna shoot him. Goodbye. Except... I fucking called it! He's still alive! Apparently some time ago Kinzo had fallen into a doze. He searched for his spectacles and looked at the clock. It was 10 p.m.
あやつの儀式はあってどこまで進んだのか。時間的にはもうだいぶ進んでいなくてはならぬ頃だ。
Kinzo lifted his heavy body from the chair and approached the portrait of the witch that he had gazed at every day.
ベアトリーチェ、もうじきお前の微笑みに再会できる。死んでもいい。お前の微笑みがもう一度見られるならこの命は惜しくない。だから交渉だ、お前にもう一度会わせてくれ。
Battle chanting have awoken Kinzo.
そして愛を誓わせておくれ。私の罪を謝らせておくれ。だが逃がさん。お前は私のものだ。髪の毛の一本からつま先まで爪の赤すらも私のものなのだ。
That's nasty, sir.
お前の肉一片までも全て私のもので、その亡骸の煮汁まで私のものなのだ。
Sure, that's nasty.
今度こそこの手からこぼさん。
Oh my god, that's...
お前を永遠に私のものにしてやるぞ。
Simp.
二度と逃がすものか。二度と逃がすものか。
Kinzo howled in rage, then suddenly fell to his knees as he shook and scraped the wall. In an instant he had started sobbing. Now we have two crying men.
私が言いたいのはこんなことじゃないんだ。ベアトリーチェ。もう一度会わせてくれ。謝らせてくれるだけでいい。ベアトリーチェ。
Sir, are you okay?
お前が愛しい恋しい。私が間違っていた。お前が微笑んでさえくれれば他には何もいらなかったんだ。私が間違えた。私がそれを間違えて取り返しのつかないことをしてしまった。その償いに残りの全ての人生を捧げた。お前に詫びるために、私の罪を償うために全て捧げたんだ。頼む、私の死の際でもいい。せめてお前に一言謝らせて。ベアトリーチェ。
I think this is the worst I've seen Kinzo be. Damn. This man is not okay. As Kinzo shook and cried, a butterfly appeared out of nowhere behind his small back, like a flake of gold leaf, and softly descended. You fool, Kinzo. Did you think any woman out there would fall for a man's tears? Even if it wouldn't make a human woman fall for you, it might do the trick for a woman who's not human. Kinzo, do you remember that game of chess you played with me, which is still ongoing? Kinzo, as though he had suddenly remembered something, approached the chess set. It was as it had been during the game he played with Nanjo until yesterday. After knocking all the pieces off the chessboard, he began to line them up against one by one. It was settled for an ongoing game.
そうだ。こうだ。私はクイーンを勧めた。とても良い名手だった。お前には少々きつすぎるかもしれん。言ってお前は駒を見捨てるか見捨てないかに悩み。ずっと悩み。
Kinzo waited with the opposite seat empty. Surely very soon his opponent would appear there, and he would be able to restart this game again. You fool, Kinzo. You want to apologize? You want to see my face again? You want to make my smile an eternal thing? Why can't you say a much, much simpler word? Even though that is the sole element of this world. At that time, Kinzo muttered, was it a prayer? An entreaty? It was probably best to just call it the muttering.
お前を愛しているベアトリーチェ。
They were pure words, like something an innocent child would say without any evil intent. You really are a fool, Kinzo. If you ever have the chance to do your life over again, know that those words will never cause a woman to fall for you. That's right, not unless a miracle happens. That's what makes this. At that moment, Kinzo definitely heard a small knock, one with a tempo that differed from those of the servants.
誰だ?
Maria, right? The one beyond the door didn't answer.
誰かと聞いておる。返事をせるか。
The woman beyond the door didn't answer.
まさか。おお。まさか。
Oh, it's probably a trick to get him out.
ベアトリーチェなのか。ベアトリーチェ。
Oh, what? Oh my god! He got split!
ベアトリーチェ。
Kinzo got split! Oh no! Thirsted for Beatrice so hard he split. The woman beyond the door answered, on the ninth twilight the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. Welp, rest in heck, Kinzo. Selfie. And we are approaching midnight. What's gonna happen now? Is Battle already dead? So tell me, Battler's figure was in the dining hall. He didn't feel like going back to the guest house in the middle of all this rain, and wandered half-heartedly around the mansion in search for any place where he could sit, before setting up a camp in the dining hall. He didn't even lock the door. He thought the shapeless murderer, or maybe the Golden Witch, might come to kill him now that he is isolated. But he no longer had any desire to resist. He didn't even feel like using a locked door to hold off the culprit. He wanted that person to come at him openly, from the front. If it was a killer, he wanted to ask him about some of those wonderful closed room tricks as a parting gift. If it was the witch, he'd hoped she'd at least take his life with some spectacular magic. However, ironically, neither of those two came to meet him. Battler opened the liqueur cabinet on his own and enjoyed the liqueur to his heart's content. No longer was there anyone to scold him for drinking alcohol. He boldly rested his legs on the extravagant tablecloth and savored the high-quality liqueur, which probably had mind-boggling price, drinking it down straight from the bottle. Then someone knocked. Battler realized that someone had finally come greet him.
Oh. 鍵なんかかかってねえぜ。
Is it Kinzo?
誰でも入ってきてくれ。そして自己紹介を頼むぜ。人間なら名前を名乗ってくれ。ベアトリーチェだってんなら3サイズを教えてくれ。
What the hell? No.
こう見えてもちょいと知られたおっぱいソムリエなんだぜ。
Oh, he's drunk. Okay.
ゲンジでございます。バトラ様。
ゲンジさんか。悪いが、あんたのバストのサイズに興味はねえな。入ってくれよ。 履いてるぜ。
What do you mean? Genji has big man titties.
失礼いたします。
Genji-san opened the door, bowed. So, is Genji-san the criminal after all, or maybe an accomplice? That theory would probably explain most of the tricks.
あんたが俺に引導を渡しに来たのかい？
そのようなことはございません。お邪魔なようでしたら失礼いたします。
おいおい、要件も伝えず失礼しますじゃかえって気持ち悪いぜ。
Genji got some real badonkaroos. Yes, I agree. Also, hi, hope you're doing well.
何の用だよ。最後くらい好きにさせてくれ。
バトラ様は死せる最後のわずかな時間をそのように怠惰に過ごされることをお望みですか？
Those words pierced me. That wasn't true.
今さら何ができるってんだ。俺はいつだって死ぬ準備はできてるぜ。
親方様と同じですな。
Oh, yeah.
本当にあなたは親方様の血を色濃く受け継がれている。
あの豪傑なじい様が実はいつ死んでもいいと思ってたってのか。それは初耳だぜ。
親方様の人生はいくつかの悲しい出来事の末、すべて食材のためのものとなり果てたのです。
Which was?
あんたは何を知っているんだ？
I don't like this.
ベアトリーチェ様の儀式も第8の晩までをすべて終えました。もうすべてをお話ししてもよい。
Oh, okay, I thought for a second Genji was gonna pull out a knife.
なんだって。
My drunkenness was completely blown away. I lowered my feet from the table and listened carefully to what Genji would say next.
バトラ様、親方様の書斎へご案内申し上げます。親方様たちに直接お話を聞かれるのがよろしいでしょう。
じい様たち。おい、それは一体どういう。
They're gonna kill him. They're both gonna kill him.
さあ、こちらへご案内申し上げます。バトラ様。
I don't like this. I feel so uneasy. After Genji-san told me to follow him, he started to walk down the corridor. I threw my drunkenness off completely and went after him. We climbed the big staircase towards the 3rd floor. Genji-san stopped walking halfway. He then turned back and spoke.
バトラ様、これよりバトラ理解できぬものを見るでしょう。
脅すなよ。理解できねえもんなら今日嫌になるほど見てるぜ。
見えるものを見えるがままに、聞こえるものを聞こえるがままに受け入れていく。なぜも何も何も必要ありません。バトラ様はただ真実を知ることになるでしょう。
Yeah, I think Genji and Kinzo might have been the true culprits of this case.
あるいは否定されるかも。
Genji-san checked one last time to see whether I was prepared to know the truth. The 8th twilight had already ended. On the 9th twilight, the witch would revive and nobody would be left alive. It meant that Beatrice had already been revived, and that it probably also meant that none of us would be allowed to return alive. If I was going to lose my life anyway, I wanted to know the truth in the end. It didn't matter how hard it might be to accept.
鬼が出ようと魔女が出ようと覚悟はできてるぜ。
本当にあなたは親方様の若き頃にそっくりだ。バトラ様、どうかご勉学にお励みを。あなたは将来必ずや大きな志を持たれるでしょう。そしてその時足りぬ学力に一生後悔されることがありませんよ。
勉学に勤しめる機会がもらえるならぜひな。
Kenji-san's silence felt like it was further confirming a certain resigned feeling I had. I really do feel like either Kinzo or Genji or both are the culprit. This is making me feel very uneasy. And then the door to grandfather's study, surrounded by a sweet smell, came into sight. Genji-san took a gold key with an elegant design out from his pocket. The master keys had been confiscated by Aunt Rosa, but he kept the key to the study alone on his person. He put it in the keyhole and it made a heavy clunking sound.
親方様、源氏です。バトラ様をお連れいたしました。
Well, Kinzo is not there. There was no reply, but it seemed that permission to go inside had been given.
さあ、バトラ様、どうぞ。
Go.
お入りください。
Well, you're gonna go in and die.
ああ、入るぜ。
I readied myself and threw the door open. And you're gonna be dead soon. Oh, there she is. At that moment, I got slightly disoriented by the dazzling golden glow. It was unbelievably a swarm of butterflies that shone gold. The gold butterflies had completely filled the inside of the study portal all at once. It's Beatrice! It was almost like golden leaf confetti. The interior of grandfather's study was filled with a golden glow. And on a sofa like a reception chair in front of the study desk, I could see grandfather's back. There was someone on the side opposite from grandfather. It was in shadow, so I couldn't see it well.
親方様、バトラ様をお連れしました。
バトラか。今思考が忙しい。しばし沈黙せよ。
Kinzo declared that unhappily his back still turned. It seemed he was enjoying a chess game with a visitor. Apparently the opponent had counterattacked with a superb move. Kinzo seemed to be enjoying himself as he thought deeply, while occasionally laughing and groaning. Oh!
30年考えた。この一手をどう切り返すか。30年考えたぞ。
Oh damn, what is this?
30年を寝かせた我が
Beatrice is just sitting in the room. You have fulfilled his desires, I guess.
誠にこの一手は味わい深き熟成された一手よ。楽しい楽しい。かなわぬかなわぬ。
これは。
He's like, what the fuck is this?
来たかバトラ。しばらく待て。金蔵のために沈黙。まだリザインは早いぞ、金蔵。わらわならもう数手は切り返せる。
Bato is about to die and Beatrice is playing chess with Kinzo. Damn, what a mood. It should have been my first meeting with that witch. However, I knew this witch. Even though it was our first meeting, I knew her from the portrait.
Genji, バトラのために飲み物を振る舞え。
Probably
この
poisoned.
男によりふさわしきやつは何か。
若き日より親方様が愛されている。いつもの。
それが良いぞ。振る舞ってやれ。
Oh boy.
よくぞ来たな。後ろ宮バトラ。
Oh shit.
まずは
I'm nervous.
そなたはわらわの名を何度も呼んだな。それに免じ、わらわとの面会を許した。そしてお前はわらわに何を聞く？
Imagine he asked like, why the hell do you have to be such a
何を
bitch?
尋ねるのか。黄金鏡の扉はもうじき開かれる。魔女たちを迎え入れてのわらわの復活を祝う宴はもうじきだぞ。それまでの間、お前の問いにいくらでも答えてやろう。
Oh boy.
聞きてえことは山ほどある。この島で何が起こった？そしてどうしてこんな事件が起こった？密室についても聞きたい。礼拝堂は、ジェシカの部屋は、シオニ室は、夏代おばさんの部屋は、そして客間は。聞きたいことはまだまだある。
What?
魔女の正体は本当にベアトリーチは魔女なのか？何が目的だ？俺たちに何をさせたい？俺をなぜここへ呼んだんだ？
I called you here to die.
全てだ。
やかましい。問えば答えは変えるのか？
そういうな金蔵。
Oh my god.
もろく儚い雲の巣も ヘロデの王から守ってくれることもある。
Oh
こ
boy.
の世に無駄なものなどないように無駄な質問もまたない。よいよい、すべての質問に答えようぞ。
Well, let's
た
go.
だし条件が一つだけある。
Your death, I guess.
なんだ。
すべてを聞き、わらひざまずき、わらわの靴にキスをせよ。
He's going to say
お前
no.
を屈服させたくてわらわはここへ呼びつけたのだから。わらわと金蔵は賭けをした。金蔵が次の手をひらめくのと、わらわがそなたを屈服させるのと、負ける気はせぬぞ。
Oh boy, let's see.
でけえ口を叩きやがって。ああ、いいぜ。俺を納得させてみろよ。お前が間違いなく魔女様で、不思議で素敵な大魔法を使えるってことを納得させてみろよ。
Imagine Battler getting killed in the background and Kinzo's like, what chess move will I make?
屈服したならキスでも何でもくれてやる。
Kiss? Oh damn! The witch cackled gloatingly. Then she glared at him unpleasantly with eyes that said a man can't go back on his word.
よくぞ言った。さて、どの問いから答えようか。すべて答えるぞ。さあ、まずは何からだ。
Oh boy. What's gonna happen? I just assume Battler is gonna die. Wait. And then the witch started to tell everything. This is the end of this chapter? The revenge of the scrolling text. This was too fast last time. She began answering all of Battler's questions. Everything made sense. He was convinced by all of it. And then Battler had no choice but to admit it. The witch certainly did exist. Oh, this is the end? Oh my god. What followed is a story that needed no retelling. When the ticking falls and you are defeated, it's time to start replaying on your finished game. And now all you can do is set up the pieces one more time. Okay, I'm doing well so far. I'm trying to read fast so I don't get lost like last time. Take a breath. Second game turn of the Golden Witch result. Oh my god, I did not expect the end to be this. I expected Battler to die. Ushirimiya Kraus died on the first twilight, chosen by the key of the golden land and offered as a sacrifice. Ushirimiya Natsuri died on the first twilight, turns out to keep her. Ushirimiya Eva died on the first twilight. Ushirimiya Hideyoshi died on the first twilight. Ushirimiya Rudolph died on the first twilight. Ushirimiya Kiria died on the first twilight, chosen by the key of the golden land and offered as a sacrifice. All 6 of them. Same text. K. Next batch of text. Bring it on. Ushirimiya Jessica died on the second twilight, pierced through the back by the stake of Asmodeus. Servant Kanon died on the second twilight, pierced through the chest by the stake of Satan. Oh my god. This is really not the end I expected. Servant Shannon died on the first 4 twilight, forehead gouged by the stake of Manon. Servant Goda died on the 5th twilight, chest gouged by the stake of Beelzebub. Juicy Major died on the 6th twilight, stomach gouged by the stake of Huster. Family Dr. Nanjo died on the 7th twilight, knee gouged by the stake of Beelzebub. Servant Kumasala died on the 8th twilight, leg gouged by the stake of Leviathan. God, this is too much. The witch Beatrice survived on the 9th twilight, and she finally opens the door to the Golden Land. Ushirimiya Kinzo, missing on the 10th twilight after he acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated himself over the Golden Land. Ushirimiya Rosa, missing on the 10th twilight. The witch did not invite this woman who denied the witch's existence to the Golden Land. Ushirimiya Maria, missing on the 10th twilight after she acknowledged the witch of the existence, prostrated herself. The witch invited to the Golden Land. The servant Genji, missing on the 10th twilight after he acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated himself. The witch invited him to the Golden Land. Ushirimiya Battler, missing on the 10th twilight, with the acknowledged the witch's existence and be invited to the Golden Land. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures in the Golden Land. There they choose to revive the dead souls and all of that was lost. After all, if their desire had been a mountain of gold of any size, they would not have been able to receive it. Kinzo chose the person he had loved and lost. Maria chose the lost love of her mother. Genji chose a peaceful sleep. Oh no! Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. And we have a winner for chapter 2. Beatrice won unadulterated. The winner is Golden Witch Beatrice because time ran out before any of the 18 could solve the riddle of the gold. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. Oh, Batter, if only you would have suspected someone. Or tried to solve the riddle. Is everybody gonna repeat the same mistake? I wonder. Magic side 1, human side 0. Correct. This is the current scoreboard. Pure poetry. Okay, so I did manage to finish chapter 2 tonight, but we still have more stuff to read. The Tea Party. Technically, it's Magic Side 2. Yeah, that's right. Actually, that's 2 games now that Beatrice has won. Alright. What do we have? The Tea Party, right? Oh! 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 I expected to read this in a tea party, if anything. Rosa finally arrived at the chapel. She pointed her gun around her, screaming the witch's name, but there was no way she would receive an answer. After grimacing slightly, she noisily approached the table where her sibling's corpses still lay exposed, and stretched out her arm towards her gold ingot. It was very heavy, but Rosa didn't mind. She wrapped that one up in a blanket and threw it over her shoulder. Oh my god! You are awful! Without letting go of her gun, Rosa picked up the gold as well. Her shoulders were screaming, but Rosa didn't mind. Oh my god, I can't believe you! You still went out to get the gold after everything you said. Okay, I mean, it makes sense to need money when you need it. At least that. Everyone else is dead. But oh my god, you're going off on everybody about the gold, and then you're like, I need to take the gold before we run away. Welp. Oh man. Oh, now you want to believe? Well, but you didn't accept her anyway. Oh boy. I wonder. Oh, there's still more text?
それでよかったのだ。構わぬ。ルークを捨てるぞ。持てるものすべてを失う覚悟がなければ、至ることもできぬキング追い詰めるぞ。ベアトリーチ。
せめてクイーンと言え。
Damn.
ほう、なかなかに妙手。諦めの悪さがそなたの。いや、後ろ宮の地下。
Rosa is going batshit crazy, and Kinzo is still playing chess. What a mood. Well, at least he's having the time of his life.
親方様、ベアトリーチェ様、そろそろ宴の時間でございます。
It's time for the banquet.
もうか、早い。お前と過ごす夜はいつも早く。月がリンゴのように落ち、川面より跳ねる小魚のように日が昇るのだ。
行こうではないか。時間だ。立て。バトラ。わらわの復活を祝う宴の始まりだ。
Oh boy.
わらわの新しい家具。いや、玩具として紹介しようぞ。
Oh boy.
俺キレキの魔女たち。
The witch was relaxing elegantly, her feet thrown up from the sofa and resting on top of a footrest. However, the footrest wasn't part of the sofa, but a human down on all fours. What? He gave up that easily? Damn, Beatrice.
主賓はお前だが、ホストは私だ。私は先に出ていよう。着付けの手伝いにシャノンでもおればよかったが、あいにく残れなかったようだな。使いたい時にいつもおらぬ。
That sounds very wrong.
つくづく使えんやつよ。
Don't you shit talk Shannon like that?
少しお前はよく残ってくれた。
Why would you say Shannon is an entirely useless person? How dare you?
嬉しいぞ、我が友よ。
ありがたいお言葉です。
よい、二人とも先に下で待て。源氏、ご苦労。そのドレスはそこへ置いていけ。
かしこまりました。それでは親方様。
我らは先に行こう。ベアトリーチェ、後ほどな。
Okay, but if Battler is crushed right now in this way, then how are we going to enter chapter 3? Who's gonna fight her now? Kinzo and Genji left the study. After that, the witch and the dress and the furniture remained. Including Battler?
なぜわらわがそなたに肌を見せることを恥じぬかわかるか？
He isn't even saying anything.
家具だからだ。
Oh my god!
家具、わかるか？家具だよ、家具。家具に体をさらして恥じる者がどこにいよう。
Damn, that's cold!
だからお前にわらわは恥じる必要がない。
Youch! The witch rose and her jacket slipped off just from her shoulders. After that, the jacket fell to the ground with a thump. When the furniture respectfully approached to pick up those clothes, the witch gave it a small kick and it fell over. Battler, what happened? The furniture was afraid of what misconduct it might have shown.
そなたは家具の分際でわらわに自らボタンを外させるつもりなのか。立て、そしてこのボタンを外せ。
Oh my
一つ
god!
丁寧
Oh my god!
美しく粗相なく客人たちを待たせてしまうぞ。早くわらわを着替えさせる。
Okay, this is something else.
丁寧に外すのだぞ。そなたの目玉一つよりも高価なボタンであるぞ。間違ってちぎるようなことがあったなら代わりにそなたの目玉を縫い付けてやる。
Holy shit! Well, I guess Beatrice did win the bet between her and Kinzo. Wow. That man has been obliterated to all hell. The entrance hall was bustling with a crowd of shadowy people, and it sparkled gold with the gold butterflies flying around. The gentlemen in suits and tuxedo and the ladies in dresses looked like they were having a great number of friendly chats. At a glance, it might have looked like a fabulous medieval ball. But they all had one thing in common, and that thing was exceedingly bizarre, because all of them had goat heads. Was it a goat masquerade? Or did they really have goat heads? It probably couldn't be the latter, but in this bizarre world, I really didn't know which was true. Kinzo was among those goat nobles greeting them. Kinzo's greetings were more respectful than would have been expected, as though they were all honored guests. At that time, Genji's voice rang out through the hall. It was a voice calling for silence. That voice stopped the idle chatter, and everyone turned to face Genji.
今宵 復活を遂げましたる我らが黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ卿のご入場でございます。皆様拍手をもってどうかお迎えください。
When Genji began to applaud, it quickly spread through the guests and became a roaring ovation. Then the Golden Witch appeared from the top of the large staircase. As she gracefully waved her hand, followed by a piece of furniture she was fond of, she slowly descended the staircase. Oh my god. The gold nobles offered an anonymous words of celebration in some long-forgotten language, and those who were deeply intimate embraced, filled with joy at their reunion. As the witch offered greetings of reunion, the witch's furniture followed behind her the whole time. There was a chain around its neck. The other end was gripped in the witch's hand like it was a trained dog. It wasn't there to restrain him. Those chains were a restraining device whose only purpose was to round the furniture's dignity. He wasn't permitted to wear anything else on his body. Oh my, is he naked? One of the young women goats mixed in with the goat nobles. Quietly removed her gold mask as the furniture passed in front of her, and she spoke with eyes that had no light in them. That face seemed to belong to a long-haired young girl. Burn! Oh my god! Wow, I feel bad for Battler. This is... Wow.
Oh, ベルンカステル卿。これはようこそおいでよ。
And Burn has to look at this.
わらわの家具を気に入られたか？
いい趣味ね。
A nice hobby. I like how she's like unimpressed. After saying only that, the witch called Birkenstein once again put on her goat mask, and that was followed up by the shadows of the other tall goats. Whom's that?
悔しがってるのよ。
違いないな。
The young woman goats giggled, and the witch once again let out a high-pitched laugh.
今宵は
Who was that?
わらわのためによく集まってくれた。久々に古今東西の旧友たちが集う魔女の宴を存分に楽しもうではないか。さあ、今宵を食い明かし、飲み明かし、すすり明かし、食いちぎり明かして、とことん楽しもうではないか。時計を見よ。終わりの時間と始まりの時間が溶け合う時を指すぞ。魔女の宴を始めよう。
Oh boy. When the witch announced the beginning of the banquet, the large clock pointed at midnight, and the sound of a bell began to ring out.
さあ、今こそ黄金の扉を開こうぞ。
The audience clapping! Oh my god! I'm still messed up about Battler. All at once, the butterflies wreathed in gold flew all around the inside of the room. Amidst the golden storm and the brilliant gold-colored light, the barrier between this world and another was cut open. Surrounded by the goat's delighted voices, the mansion of the human world and the mansion of those not human overlapped, and the members of the household who praised the resurrection of the Golden Witch scattered into golden butterflies and poured out of the depths of hell. It was a golden tornado, a round of golden demons. Come tonight, we will put aside the rank. Throw open the wine cellar. Drop the snake's head into the liqueur pot. Throw cows and chicken into the furnace alive. Oh no, don't do that. Drink and eat and sing and dance. Sneer and kill and desecrate and degrade. What's happening? Is she leaving? Is she leaving Kinzo behind? That would be the ultimate. That would be like the ultimate fuck you, I guess. The gold nobles were suddenly crushing in around on Kinzo, almost like they were kids demanding the signature of some famous movie star. There were only two differences. First, these were witches, not kids. And second, what these witches demanded was not a signature. Welp, the sea of gold nobles began to drown Kinzo. Only Kinzo's laughing voice echoed through the area. Did he get eaten? It was a grand mixture of laughter and his death throes, and Kinzo became wine and meat and bread. An aroma slurped, a rich taste if gnawed and pleasant to tear to bits. The sound of his death throes lingered unsweetly, and if adorned with melted chocolate and golden argent, it would make a wonderful dessert. If you took the bones home, you could also use them in a soup, and the remains could even become toys for the children to play with. And they could also become splendid tools for fortune-telling that always brought misfortune. Damn! Yep, he didn't get taken. That entire scene was watched by the furniture. It was all fantastical. It was all demonic. Was the quaking of its supposedly paralyzed heart proof that it could still feel fear? At the time, its knees buckled, and the furniture's body fell down in the middle of a carpet. After all, the witch had kicked those knees from behind. Oh no! Oh my god, Battler, stop! The furniture let out a painful voice. Fear is the most basic emotion humans have. Was that emotion reviving his sense of self, which should already have been slain? Oh my god, as if he's not being humiliated enough. The gold nobles were surrounding the crouching furniture. It seemed their blazing blood-red eyes couldn't hide their ecstasy at this new young food they'd been given. And from the ugly teeth that stuck out from countless mouths, saliva. Or maybe the traces of meat and wine that they had just eaten dribbled down. Oof. As the furniture let out a wild scream, it retreated, still sitting on his backside. But the circle of gold nobles was closing in. And he gets eaten. Then the furniture looked at the witch's face. It had surrendered to the witch, so believing that the witch would show some compassion, it stared at her face in the end. But there was nothing but scorn on the witch's face, as she wasn't even facing the furniture anymore. The witch went off to greet another guest with whom she had crossed gazes. The gold nobles looked down upon the furniture, and they had been waiting. Actually, they had been waiting, just like how one must remove the cork in order to drink the champagne. They had to wait for one thing before partaking of the offering served at this banquet. Of course, the furniture didn't know about this thing, but it came out of his mouth all by itself. Just like the unavoidable pop of a cork, it inevitably came out of his mouth. Holy shit! This is freaking me out! It was a scream. It was a sign that marked the beginning of the modest banquet at which he was to be served. Oh, goodbye. What the fuck is happening? What the hell? Holy shit! Chat, I'm messed up. I'm messed up. By now the garden was one of the both roses and gold. A gold-colored garden where gold butterflies, gold fairies, and gold lizard rampaged and flew about wildly. Oh! Oh shit! The music at this part. Rosa grasped her gun and blanket wrapped around the idiot and ran at the speed Maria couldn't match, sometimes pausing to call out Maria to run faster. So she saw it every time. She saw the golden pursuers chasing them from the mansion. The mass of gold butterflies was chasing after them like a massive crawly hand, and strange-looking shadows with goat heads were chasing after them. There was no need for her to strain her eyes, because those blazing pupils told her what would happen if she was captured. Oh no, she fell! Maria, no! Maria fell down. For just an instant, Rosa was ashamed by thoughts of abandoning her daughter and running back, and at the instant of her feet touched ground, she ran back. Thank God! The goat head that had sprinted over to get the first bite grabbed hold of the back of Rosa's own child hair and pulled. No! Please! Rosa rammed into the goat head with her shoulder, spun, bashed the back of her elbow with the goat's jaw, and buried her knee into its protruding chest. Damn! Impressive! And she thrust the barrel of the gun inside the goat's head's mouth and it doubled over from the pain in its gut. Damn! Respect? The blast from Winchester 45 caliber long cold bullets exploded inside the goat head's throat, and its medulla was instantly pulverized. The goat head hadn't understood. It had thought women were like pre-opened wine bottles. It had thought that turning them upside down would immediately make their deep-fried contents come out. Only I get to hit my daughter, unfortunately. Maria had been released, hugged Rosa. But the pursuers were still coming. They could see the giant goat heads, who had given up pretending to be human, running towards them across the rose bushes. Rosa spilled several extra bullets, which had been in the pocket of her coat, all over the place and told Maria to pick them up.
Maria, Mamaがもし倒れたら、あなたは走りなさい。海岸へ行くの。そして泳いで泳ぎなさい。
Oh no!
島のどこにも生き延びることのできる場所はない。やだ。ママと一緒。
Oh no! Rosa's gun roared 4 times, but even though 4 shots really hit the massive approaching goats in the chest, they didn't even flinch. The goats ran with a violent vigor, as though they planned to crush Rosa and Maria with those massive bodies. Oh god, Rosa grasped the blanket with the ingot in both hands and she herself sprinted, pulling it along. Without even an ounce of fear of those strange-looking giants. If it's to protect my daughter, I'll overcome even hell. It's like she said, if it's for Maria, she will even become a demon. Damn, Rosa! Rosa roared. The goat heads roared. That terribly heavy idiot, after picking up a fearsome centrifugal force and speed, slammed into the head of the goat head. Holy shit! Respect! Rosa pulled the fountain pen from her pocket, but she held it crooked. She placed it in her palm, in the gap between her middle finger and the ring finger, so that it stuck out when she made a fist, almost like a stinger was growing out of it. The stinger sliced into the left eye of the goat head as it fell over. Was the goat's head roar a scream? But Rosa's roar was different. She pulled back her fist and slammed into the fountain pen that was still sticking into the goat's head eye. The pointed tip was gouged into the depths of its head. When Rosa grabbed the gun Maria had thrown, the giant finally tumbled on the ground with a thunderous crash. However, at the same time, I saw the goat head pursuers on the other side of the rose bushes increase in number. I've gained enough in distance for now. I held onto the blanket wrapped around the idiot and the gun, and once again ran with Maria. Why am I running with a gun in my right hand and the gold in my left? Why don't I let go of one hand and grasp Maria's hand? That's right, grab her! I can't let go of the gun that protects my body. I can't let go of the gold that protects my future. But even so, I let go of the hand of my daughter, the one who is my future. Run. Run, run, run. She got out of the rose garden and began to run down the staircase through the grove of trees. But Rosa knew. This path through the grove turned and twisted many times and only seemed to be long. She tore straight through it. She had played here often since her childhood years, so she knew. To the beach, to the beach, to the sea, to the sea, to the sea. And after reaching the sea, nothing to do but swim, 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 swim. And if Maria can't swim, I'll carry her as I swim. There's nothing but death on this island. Oh no! As she raced down the stairs, she took a bad step. A violent pain ran up her left ankle, and her mind went completely blank. Rosa fell down several stairs, shocked by her ankle, which was bent at an odd angle. And the blanket with the inknot wasn't there. She had let go of it the instant she fell, and it had disappeared somewhere into the darkness. Only the gun was left. Tremors in the earth were getting closer. It was only a matter of time before the gold had flooded in. She didn't want to imagine how many there would be, or how strange it would look. The lightly dancing gold pursuers arrived. The gold butterflies surrounded Rosa and Maria, waving and clamoring as though saying, "The prize is here, the prize is here." Rosa couldn't even try to get up. The violent pain from her broken ankle was so great she couldn't ignore it, even in her last moments. What am I doing? I had the gold, which would have been worth several million yen. You're still thinking about that? Goddammit! I might have been able to start over with that. And yet I fell, lost it, and now my own life is in danger, and Maria's too. What has my life been? I was born into an incomprehensible family, with irritating older siblings since the day I was born. What did I do? No matter what I did or didn't do, I was always in trouble and bullied and made fun of. What has my life been? Uh-oh. The roar inside Rosa's heart shriveled away and disappeared. It disappeared when she heard Maria's crying voice, as she sobbed and clung to Rosa.
Maria, Mama, ちょっと用事を思い出したの。先に行っててちょうだい。
Oh my god. Oh no! I feel bad for Maria.
マリアはこんな悪いママでもママと一緒がいいと言ってくれるの。
Oh.
ママと一緒がいい。ママと一緒がいい。
Man, this hurts.
一番にしているように見せて。いつもあなたのことを後回しにしてきた。運動会に行った。授業参観に行った。でもいつもママは世間体のことばかりであなたが瞳にいなかった。こんなママとでもあなたは一緒にいたいというの。
Oh, Rosa's being honest.
こんな悪いママなのに。ね
えママ、知ってる？世界にママは一人しかいないんだよ。
No, don't make me cry.
悪いママもいない。ただママが一人いるだけなの。
Oh.
だからマリアは世界でたった一人ママがいてくれればいい。
Man.
そしてママにとってたった一人のマリアになりたいの。機嫌が良くて甘やかしたいマリアと邪魔だからいてほしくないマリアは別人じゃないの。
Oh my god! She's accepting it!
たった一人のマリアなの。
Oh my god! Oh my god!
たった一人のママなの。
Oh my god! She threw away her belief that when Rosa is being awful and abusive, that she is a witch. She cast aside that view. Oh my god! Maria! I'm so proud of her!
バカだったの。黄金なんかいらなかった。ただあなただけの手を引いていればよかった。私はなんてバカなママだったの。
You were, but if you had survived this, I'm sure you could have been able to start over. The shadows of the goats covered the sky even more thoroughly than the trees of the forest. Their roars brought loud, fluid fear. Rosa, still hugging Maria, readied her gun with one hand.
マリア、一緒に行こう。ずっと一緒よ。ママが迷わないようにずっと一緒に。
Q next episode, she's gonna act. But yeah, gonna leave for home. I hope you all keep having fun. Thanks for the stream, UPD. Thank you for coming to the stream too as well, Tsuki. I'm hoping I'm gonna be finished with this chapter soon because I need to go to bed. You're a smart girl, I love you! She had brought it as a birthday present and then hadn't played it with Mari after that first night. I'm actually in tears right now. I'm just not sobbing. Those eyes sparkling like red hot lava look just like a group of fireflies. They danced close in and attacked. When the seagulls cried, there were no survivors. Not gonna lie, even though I'm not fond of Rosa and don't really like her, this was some queen shit. Damn. And my belief is that if they had gotten out of this alive, I think Rosa would have taken the steps to actually be stopping an abusive mother. I wish. Oh well. Addition of new features. The Golden Witch has a gift for you in commemorative of your stay. You can find these new features on the title screen. I need to go to the bathroom real quick before I do the tea party stuff. Give me a second. I'm back, and let's do the tea party and the question mark real quick before I have to go to sleep because I really don't have much time left before bed. Purgatorio. Oh, we're here already. Rosa awoke from her doze. It must have been a very deep sleep. Her mind was hazy and she wasn't thinking clearly. Where is this? Felt like some mansion, but it didn't seem to be Oshiromiya mansion. She could see a room that looked like a parlor, and there was some tea that had been prepared. It had probably been made for her. Oh, this song is also new. Around the room, some glitter that looked like gold leaf drifted about, making the scene look quite fantastical. When she eventually realized that they were gold butterflies, it further strengthened that impression. There was someone across from her. A woman. A lady. It was a portrait's witch. She seemed to be having a one-sided conversation. She was probably talking to Rosa, but Rosa, whose mind was clouded up by a deep fog, didn't have the clue what was being said.
何でもよい。そなたが望むものがあるならば、そのすべてを与えよう。その強運への褒美と思うもよかろうし、わらわの求めに対する正当な対価と考えてもよい。
I wonder.
そなたにとっては全く大したことではないかもしれない。しかしわらわにとってはそれだけ意味がある取引だということだ。
What is she talking about? I don't know. I don't know.
ただ、せっかくわらわは魔女なのだから、魔女にしか叶えられない願いを求めるのが利口ではないかと思うぞ。せっかくの機会ではないか。この黄金のベアトリーチェから恩恵を得られるなど。
Finally, Rosa started to feel blood flowing through her body. Her movements were still sluggish, and she couldn't even voice the words she was thinking.
わらわの通り名は黄金の魔女金蔵に与えたように山なす黄金を与えることは造作もない何しろ人の世の快楽はすべて金で換算できるすなわち黄金こそが人の世の快楽そのものなのだそなたは想像ができるか生涯をかけても使い切れぬ黄金の山が
As the witch bellowed on her pipe, multicolored smoke enshrouded their surroundings. As she did this, the inside of the parlor was suddenly filled with stacks of gold ingots. It looked like a shining gold-colored wall. If each ingot was worth several 10 million yen, how much would all of this be worth? It seems simple to even think of such a number.
しかし人の世は難しいどれほど空高く積み上げた黄金であろうとも満たされぬものがあることを知っている
Indeed, that's
埋めら
true.
れぬ隙間があることを知っているわらわはそれをないがしろにしないしそれこそが魔女であるわらわにしか与えられぬ褒美であると考えている
Which is?
そなたのそれをわらわが埋めてやるというのはどうかなるほどこれはいいわらわにしか与えられぬものだ
I wonder.
そなたもさぞや喜ぼう口にせずともよいそなたの心の隙間など顔に書いてあるからすぐにわかるぞ
Rosa felt a touch of discomfort at the switch, who kept on talking even though Rosa hadn't uttered a single word. But since she still couldn't manage to speak, and was so helpless that it was difficult to even move a finger, she couldn't do anything but listen.
そなたの深き心の傷はどこまで遡れば癒せるのか
A lot.
これは深い深い時に破片を飲み込んだまま傷口が閉じてしまうこともあるそういう傷は見た目には癒えていても永遠にうずきを感じ続けるものだ
I mean, I guess abuse is not easy to heal from.
今一度傷口を開くこともあろう
As the witch spoke, she stared deep into Rosa's eyes. What in the world was she peering at? Rosa felt uncomfortable, but she couldn't look away.
そなたの痛みはすでに生まれながらにして運命づけられたものか
Yes, because the family isn't kinda
これ
great.
はなんとも辛いものよ言わずともよいわかるわかる
Rosa was gradually being sucked into the witch's eyes. Then the world grew dark, spinning around and round, and she was sucked in. What's happening?
ローザ、どうしてお前はそんなにバカなのか
Oh no. Oh, that's Kraus Nissan's voice. Kraus Nissan is a real adult, so he's very smart. So he hated stupid kid Rosa. He was a very scary person. I was often hit and my toys were taken from me and broken. What the hell? I was apparently being punished for something bad I've done, but I never really understood what it was, or why I was being punished. I was always punished suddenly and then later told what the punishment was for in a forced manner, but it was always something I didn't remember doing. So I really hated Kraus Nissan. Damn, Kraus, you are awful.
ローザどうしてお前はそんなにバカなのか
Oh, that's Eva Nesan's voice. Eva Nesan is a real adult, so she's very smart. Friendly reminder that Kraus and Eva are around 15 to 20 years older than Rosa. Holy shit, that much? So she hated the stupid kid Rosa. She was always a very sly person, and she often lied to me, tricked me, bullied me all the time. How old is Rosa now? Like 30 something then? Apparently I was stupid, and she said it was only natural for stupid people to be swindled by those smarter than them. So I wanted to become a wise person like Evanes-san and listen to what she said, but when I obeyed her, for some reason, someone always got really mad at me. So I really hated Evanes-san. Next is Rudolph, isn't it?
Rose. Rose. どうしてお前はそんなにバカなのか?
Oh boy, she's in her mid-30s, I think. Rudolph in his mid-40s, Klaus and Eva in their 50s. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, that's Rudolph Nissan's voice. Rudolph Nissan really knows how to get things done. So he hated the stupid kid Rosa. When Klaus Nissan was around, he would be friendly with Klaus Nissan. When Eva Nissan was around, he would be friendly with Eva Nissan. And when Klaus Nissan wasn't around, he would be violent like Klaus Nissan. And when Eva Nissan wasn't around, he would play dirty like Eva Nissan. And even though he was also bullied most of the time, when Klaus Nissan and Eva Nissan weren't around, he gave me 2 people's worth of bullying. I really hate Rudolph Nissan. So the cycle of abuse it is. Oh man, but these were memories from when I was a kid. It's common for unfair things to happen between kids. This is beyond unfair, Rosa. This is outright abuse. So you mustn't hold on to grudges for such things forever. You can. With time, those memories get buried away, and forgetting them bit by bit is supposed to be part of growing up and becoming an adult. So becoming an adult is the same thing as separating yourself from all those memories. And because of that, no matter how much time passed, Rhoda couldn't become an adult. Even though she had been blessed with a daughter called Maria and was called a mother, she didn't at all feel like she had become an adult. The witch pitied her for that, and she smiled, saying that she could heal that pain herself. Can you? Healing the pain of abuse is not easy, you know.
可能ではあるが簡単ではない。時間を巻き戻し、そなたに兄と姉がいなかった世界を与えることもできよう。
But Kinzo wasn't a good parent either!
しかしそれでは、そなたは兄と姉に苦しめられた記憶が残らず、故にそれをもって褒美であると言われても納得はできまい。上は癒してこそ満たされる。上そのものをなかったことにしても誰も感謝しない。日々の飽食に感謝する若者がいないようにな。わかるか？
I think she's telling me something really complicated. In short, even if she made it so I never had older siblings, that wouldn't remove my pain. Maybe that's what she's saying. Strictly speaking, that's not quite right. Healing isn't the same thing as removing pain. It's a pleasure we earn as compensation for misstanding pain. Therefore, removing the pain isn't healing. To know the joy of healing, you have to know the pain. Is she going to say Maria's her joy?
苦難を知らぬ者には味わいの快楽を知る資格があるからだ。この快楽を知る者は同じ喜びを他者にも与えずにはいられなくなる。
When the witch snapped her fingers, even though the room was still filled with a mountain of gold and had already lost all semblance of reality, a fabulous tablecloth appeared on top of the table, and a wonderful meal was laid out, almost as though it was the opening of a banquet in a castle from said fairy tale. For an instant, Rosa truly did feel a pleasure or surprise at how fabulous it was. But at the same time, she felt a bit of an anticlimax. After all, she didn't think being bullied by her siblings would be wiped away by just one meal, no matter how delicious.
食は人の快楽の多くを占める。生涯生き続ける限り、豚のように食い続けなくてはならぬ。
Yeah, I agree. Food is great.
一食で足りなければいくらでも。その心の痛みが癒えるまで美食の宴を続けようではないか。始めろ、家具ども。
Oh no, Battler is serving it? Oh, okay, he isn't. As the witch clapped twice, there were suddenly 2 goat-head servants there, and they began to prepare the meal. From the beautiful dishes adorning the table, they efficiently took some food and began to pile it up on Rosa's plate. It really did look delicious, but Rosa's body still felt as heavy as lead, and there was no way she'd be able to eat. Maybe they also understood that. and the goat-head servant tied a napkin around Rosa's collar, and gallantly brought a glass of before-dinner alcohol to her mouth, tilting it for her. She remembered an old servant who had once carried rice porridge to her mouth when she was laid up with a high fever. She couldn't drink it well and dripped down from her mouth, but she felt a fragrant sweetness spread through her mouth.
ドイツ産の寄付ワインにあやかった甘きアペリティフよ。白ワインを赤きゴールデンドロップで染めた
I
ワインカクテル。
think this banquet is gonna be very suspicious. Because Rosa hasn't accepted the witch, right?
名付けるならば
As said by the text before.
ブラウスか。そなたの兄を圧搾機にかけて絞り
Yeah,
出し
see? I called it. I
その
said
ゴー
it
ルデン
was
ド
this
ロ
was
ップだ
sus.
けで染めてある。
Oh no! I knew it was sus. Rosa coughed violently. Oh. Oh, wait. That wasn't a voice line? I mean, that was the text for a narration, but never mind. And the bright red blood that stained her face made it look as though she had coughed up blood.
そなたは紅茶に詳しかろうから意味がわかろう。ゴールデンドロップとは最後の一滴のことだ。紅茶で最も貴重な一滴と言われている。そして血のゴールデンドロップも同じ。人間から絞り出せる血液の貴重なる最後の一滴。あれにて絞る。
As the witch snapped her fingers, a bright red veil that had been set up before something large was removed. The soul in the massive machine there was just like a coffin for a large-sized person with many large bulb-like things stuck to it. It looked like a sinister torture device. Uh-oh. By its unnerving shape, she could tell with a human strength it would be used to tighten and compress something. And it seemed like there was still some squeezed rags remaining, because of the bright red remains that stained it.
しかしゴールデンドロップは一度に一滴しか取れぬ。
Are you telling me you squeezed
どんな人間からも
crows into a
一滴
pulp?
以上は取れぬというわけだ。しかしわらわは魔女。人を蘇らせることもまたたやすい。
Holy shit! When the witch snapped her fingers, the human compressor suddenly began to shake. No, she could also hear a groan. It looked almost as though someone sleeping in that man-sized coffin had woken up and was now struggling to get out. But that was wrong. What was inside definitely had been squeezed dregs. Using her magic, the witch had once again revived the squeezed dregs to how they've been before they were squeezed. The three goat-head servants with muscular physiques approached the compressor and forcefully started tightening the large bulb. As they did, an unearthly moan came from inside the coffin. Rosa thought she knew the owner of that voice. Oh. It's Kraus. Youch. That's rough. That's rough, buddy.
料理は料理場でがふさわしい。もう十分だ。下がれ。
Oh no. That's rough.
ゴールデンドロップがどれほど貴重なものか、それを集め、それほどに赤く染めるには何十人分も絞らなければならぬ。
The witch definitely said that only one golden drop could be taken from a single human, and yet she had dozens of people worth of golden drops from a single human. Only a witch could do this. The golden witch Beatrice could kill a single human endlessly. In other words, before Beatrice, even death did not mean freedom.
口目はいらぬか？この男に殴られて口中に滲んだ血を飲み込んだ日を忘れたか？そうそう、あの味を思い出せ。
I knew this banquet couldn't be a good thing.
枯れ果てた涙の味を思い出せ。その悔しき思い出を癒して足りるアペリティブであると信じている。
Once again, the goat-head servants tilted the deep red glass against her mouth. Rosette tried resisting by closing her lips, but the deep red liquid was relentlessly poured into her mouth, which hung open with shock. And inside of her mouth was filled with ghastly sweetness. Ugh! It definitely was a fragrant sweetness. The living blood of her brother, who had given her such hateful thoughts and made her soak her pillows so many times, had been collected from his death, repeated dozens of times. How could the crimson-stained wine not be sweet? But Rosa tried to spit it out. Because of that, deep red wine that spilled out of Rosa's mouth looked just like a blood stain. Oh god, this is torture. Not that she knew that this ghastly substance wasn't a simple aperitif, Rosa couldn't help but feel uncomfortable what would happen if this banquet continued.
それは旬の野菜による二枚舌のサラダ風だ。
Eva's tongues?
お前がいつか食いちぎってやりたいと9歳の誕生日の日に願った。エヴァの舌で作った念願のサラダよ。
Oh no! No, when Rosa heard the true nature of the pink-colored meat piled up in the salad, she had the sudden impulse to vomit her guts out. Furthermore, the goat servant stuck a fork in it and carried it to Rosa's mouth.
姉の二枚舌のお味はどうか。
Ay, 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 ay.
さぞや柔らかくとろけるであろう。
Ai, 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 ai! Meu Deus! It probably would be quite sweet, soft and enchanting in her mouth. After all, Eva's lies were always sweet, and young Rosa had always listened to them. And you might say the stimulating pepper seasoning expressed the truth behind those lies well. As the tongue salad that kept being pushed into Rosa's mouth was covered with saliva, she patted out. But the goat-head servants carefully returned it to the plate and carried it to Rosa's mouth over and over again. Oh god, this is actual torture. Like, I remember saying like, I wish she would get like punched and killed and whatever, like in chapter 1, but this is a little bit much.
舌は一人から一枚しか奪えない。しかしわらわなら何度でも奪える。
This is a bit much even for Rosa. As Rosa's tears dripped down, she resisted frantically. However, the only way she could resist was by refusing to swallow. Even if she didn't swallow it, the taste of the French dressing increasingly permeated Rosa's mouth.
お気に召さぬか？まだまだ料理は続くぞ。ルドルフの顔の皮で包んだスズキのパイ。脳みそを茹でたスープに肝臓のフォアグラ。
Ay, ay, ay!
デザートにも期待せよ。
That's
兄弟だけで
horrible.
はないぞ。お前が信頼し、にもかかわらず裏切った人間たちをふんだんに調理した。
So the entire family.
そなたの心が満足するまで永遠に続けようではないか。
Holy shit! This is too much! Even for
嬉しいだ
Rosa.
ろう。後ろ宮ローザ。嫌がるふりなんかするなよ。本当は嬉しいってのは分かってるんだぜ。笑いたくば笑えばいい。ムカつく兄貴や姉貴の悲鳴の生演奏がないとご機嫌になれないってんならいくらでも聞かせてやる。いいんだよ、いやいやで。それがお前の性分なんだろう。
Oh boy.
本当は全身が泡立つほどに嬉しいんだよ。なのに表向きは苦しんでるふりをしてるだけなんだよな。
Uy, ay, ay, ay. What's gonna happen next?
いいんだぜ。ここにはお前が気にする世間体も対面も何にもない。存分の大笑いして食い散らかせよ。最高の宴だろ。後ろ見やろうぜ。
Damn. This is a bit much. Damn.
すまぬすまぬ。デザートを驚かそうと思って内緒にしていたが、やはり明かしておこう。
What? Who is it?
明
Kinzo?
かせばフルコースを食べ遂げようという励みにもなるだろう。デザートはお前が愛しているふりをし続けなければならないマナ娘。
Oh no.
マリアとリンゴのオーブン焼きだよ。
No. Please
う
no.
まそうだろ。
Why would you do that to Maria? She believed in you.
お前はすべてから
What the hell? What is wrong with you, Beatrice?
自由。
Leave Maria out of
やっ
this.
とローザという一人の人間として自由を得るんだよ。
I-
嬉しいだろ。
I'd actually be a little bit more expressive and louder, but it's almost midnight, so I have to be quiet for my neighbors.
よだれが垂れてるぜ。鏡を見てみろよ。
No, no. Suddenly a muscular gold cook was holding Maria under his arm. And Maria gazed at Rosa with a face that was only slightly sad. Only slightly sad?
マリアのこと邪魔だった？
Uh-oh. Rosa spat out the food that was continuously being carried to her mouth. As she was covered with filth and saliva and blood, she resisted filthily and screamed.
ママがマリアのこと邪魔ならマリア食べられても平気。
No.
だってマリアはいつもママにひどいことばかり。ママが男の人を連れてくる時も静かにできなかった。
Oh no.
ママが男の人とお泊まりしてくる時寂しくて暴れてお部屋を台無しにして。
No, 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 no. None of these things are your
探
fault.
しに行って迷子になって警察のお世話になって
No.
ママに恥をかかせた。
Maria, please.
何日も帰ってこなくて泣いちゃって近所の人に慰めてもらってママに恥をかかせた。
I mean, wow. Damn.
こんなマリアだからママの迷惑になってる。
Okay, leaving you alone for a few days is a bit rough. Okay, proceed the banquet.
生まれてきてごめんなさい。
But just don't eat Maria.
だからマリアはママのために美味しいリンゴのオーブン焼きになるの。そしたらママに初めてマリアがいてよかったってマリアを食べて美味しかったって思ってもらえるかな。
美味しいよね。感類にむせべよ。娘がここまで行ってるぜ。
But I'm still kind of mad. No, Maria doesn't deserve this. I mean, Rosa doesn't either. This is a bit too much for Rosa, like I was saying.
あんた最高の母親だぜ。後ろ宮ルーゼ。
Ay, 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 this is terrible.
ママ、今までありがとう。バイバイ。
What?
待ってマリア、違うの。もうやめて、もうやめて。こんなの嫌。私はこんなこと望んでない。もうやめて。もう許して。いや。やめて。口に入れないで。
Woof.
我がもてなしに満足してもらえたか?
No, this is awful.
そなたには認めてもらう。
I'm sorry, Beatrice, but 0 stars.
わらわが魔女であることを宣言せよ。後ろ宮ローザはベアトリーチェを魔女と認めると宣言せよ。
認めます。後ろ宮ローザはベアトリーチェを魔女だと。だからマリを返して。私を解放して。
I...
ついに認めさせたぞ。小賢しきバトラはすでに屈服し、黄金鏡に招かれながらわらわを否定する愚か者ローザにも認めさせた。
Wait, who's gonna deny her next though? In the next chapter? That was nice English, by the way.
完璧な勝利を。
All in all, the atmosphere was nice and the food was good. But then it turned out that all my family, and she forced me to eat them. All in all, 3 stars. 3?
うまそうだな。
Yes, come back because this is awful.
俺にはてめえの牛乳をスライスしてサンドイッチを作ってくれ。
そ の声は
Oh shit! An arm grabbed the back of the witch's head and smashed her face into the table. Holy shit! Let's go! As it did, the witch broke to pieces, turned into a cloud of cold butterflies, and reformed into her body a short distance away. Well, you gone fucked up!
バトラー貴様家具となって魂まで屈服していたはず
Well, you fucked up!
そのつもりだったんだ。てめえの趣味の悪いレシピに耳を貸してるうちに腹が減ってきちまってよ。魔女の丸焼きが食いたくなってきちまったのさ。それからマリア、
Oh, let's go!
自分を食べてなんてセリフは10年早えぜ。
Yes.
ただし10年経ったら必ず俺に言えよ。
No, stop!
約
Stop!
束だぞ。
No! Batter! No! We will police!
約束する。
We will no! Don't eat your siblings!
待たせたな、ローザおばさん。俺は忘れてたぜ。こいつは俺とこの女の一騎打ちだったんだ。俺が屈するわけには断じていかなかった。ローザおばさんが粘ってくれたおかげで再び戦う気力を取り戻せたぜ。
That's nice. This person, he gave up down to the depths. He gave up down to the depths of his soul and surrendered to me, didn't he? I see. He doesn't know when to give up. Just what I expected from Ushimi Kinzo's grandchild. So the chick of a phoenix is a phoenix after all.
威勢が良い。そうでなくてはな。わらわの期待する後宮バトラとはそうでなくてはならん。わらわを否定してみろ。そしてそれをわらわは完膚なきまでに叩き潰す。
Oh boy.
何度でも屈服させてやろうぞ。一度靴を舐めたそなたに何度でも敗北の味を教え込んでやる。
上等だぜ、この後宮バトラ。泥をすすってでも立ち上がる男だってことを教えてやる。
I'm glad he regained his footing.
俺は喧嘩で無敵だった試しはね、何度か負けてる。だがな、必ず泥をすって立ち上がる。そして必ず蹴りをつける。男の喧嘩はな、負けを認めない限りどれだけ叩きのめされようと負けじゃねえんだよ。一本取られただけで俺が参ると思うなよ。楽しませてやるぜ、ベアトリーチャー。
Let's go!
受けて立とうぞ後宮バトラー。家具ども、次なるゲームの準備を始めよ。
Woo!
その間に貴様にはたっぷりとこたびのゲームでは密室も多いぞ。そなたの逃げ工場のほとんどをわらわが赤で叩き潰した。その上でさらにどのようなへりくつで言い逃れてみせるのか。
I wonder.
礼拝堂の鍵、ジェシカの部屋の鍵、使用人室の鍵、夏日の部屋の鍵、客間の鍵。お前らのお得意な奇想天外、妄想暴言空想はったり、とんでも超展開斜め上でわらわをとことん否定してみせろよ。
ああ、ダメだぜ、全然ダメだ。うおー、
Let's go! Hey, oh, I still have to read another thing before going to bed. It's almost 5 hours now. Ronda of the Witch and Reasoning. Staff. No, please tell me I can skip the credits. Guys, please. I have to be able to skip the credits. Please, no, I want to go to bed. I want to go to bed and sleep. I have work tomorrow. Oh no. Umineko, why are you doing this to me? No, 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 no. There has to be a way, right? To skip the credits, please? And then I have another thing to read. No. Please. Please don't make this a 5-hour stream. I have work tomorrow. No! This is the torture that Beatrice puts me through. This is my tea party, I guess. Having to stay up late, reading, waking up for work, and then being sleep deprived. Is that it, Beatrice? Is that your punishment to me? I've done nothing but love you. Oh my god, yes, that's great, but please let me go back to the title screen. I need to read the question mark thing before I sleep. If I could, I'd just close the game here, but then I probably won't unlock the thing. Do I have to see everybody? Enough! Chat, I need to be freed. I want to sleep for work. Maybe I should have started the stream earlier. I'm gonna check my phone while it goes. I'm typing on my phone while I wait. It's still going? Are you shitting me? Half of these characters I didn't even see! Okay, but maybe while the credits go, I can still at least talk about what I enjoyed in this chapter, what I thought of it so far. I thought this chapter was really good. I didn't expect there to be so much magic at once in chapter 2. I thought it would be more like a little sprinkled. I really enjoyed the romance between Karon and Jessica a lot, and I really times million really loved Shannon in this chapter. She was the star for me in this chapter. And also, while I still don't like Rosa, that moment when she was fighting the goats was queen shit, and I respect her a little for it. I respect her more than I did before. I still think she's kind of a shit mom. She kind of admitted it, so I'm not. It's not my opinion. It's not just my opinion. It's what she agrees on. But I sincerely did believe if they survived that ordeal, that Rosa would have started taking the steps to be a better mother, would have seeked therapy and everything. Okay, maybe she wouldn't seek therapy because maybe at the time the resources didn't exist and the stigma to mental health was probably way worse, so... But I think she would make an active effort. I also really love to see the development in Maria, that she recognized that Rosa is a flawed person, right? I think in a way, because Maria kept thinking like a witch possessed Rosa, I think that was like a very severe consequence of the abuse, right? The splitting thing? That's obviously not a good thing. And by the time of the end of this chapter, I think she developed a little bit. The other thing I really enjoyed in this chapter was Genji. Like he is the man. Man like Genji. What a chat. Like incredible. Yeah, but those were my favorite things of this chapter. Shannon, top spot for this chapter. She was the absolute highlight. Every dialogue with her was chef's kiss. Even the way she went out was chef's kiss. Mario was great. Rosa was surprisingly great in the last moments. I also am starting to make theories about the game boards if the culprit changes around from game to game, basically. And if the circumstances also switch, as seen with the first chapter, the first game board, and the second, right? I still can't really make sense of what the general consensus would be for the game board and how Battler should solve it. But in the case of chapter 2, I suspect either Rosa, after all, because of the chapel, or I suspect Kinzo and Genji working together. That would be my theory for chapter 2 of who the culprits could be. The thing that I also enjoyed in this chapter was I like that this game board thinking has mechanics, right? That it's not just debating back and forth, and there's kind of an Ace Attorney like aspect to it, and I like it. Okay, Jesus Christ, it's finally over. Now I can. It's midnight. I have to read the thing. Yes, I know. Wonderful logo. Please just go. Just go. Just let me read. God, please, for the love of God, don't be long. Next part. I will read this and then I will immediately run to bed. God, I'm gonna have to start work later tomorrow just because of this. Damn it, I love Umineko, but please don't do this to me. I have to pay my bills. It's 10 minutes. Okay. Almost 5-hour stream then.
さて、お楽しみいただけたか？
ここまで一方的なワンサイドゲームだと見応えを通り越して退屈よ。
これは相変わらずお点が辛い。退屈を愛さないベルンカステル教にふさわしい迫力ある展開だったと自負していただけに、これは手厳しい。
Welp.
迫力についてはまあ認めるわ。
Yeah, seeing Battler like that was
フ
impactful.
ェアなゲームとしてはひどいものね。もう少し対等な条件でないと。
勝ち目がないと言われるか？ベルンカステル教に。
Damn.
どういう意味かしら、ベアト。
ごまかさなくてもよい。すでに知っておるぞ。そなたが傍観者でないことを。
No bystander? What does that mean?
隠し通せているつもりか？そなたは人の領地まではるばるやってきて、わらわの逆の目に張る不届き者よ。わらわのゲームを傍観するつもりでいて、わらわの敗北に熱く張っておるのだろうが。
Okay.
だったら
Interesting. So Bern wants to take down Beato. Huh?
あのラムダデルタ教を退けた最強の魔女、ベルンカステル教と戦える機会を賜れるとは本当に愉快よ。
Oh?
ええ、私も愉快よ。そこまで自信満々のあなたがボロボロに負けるところが見たくてはるばるやってきたんだもの。
Oh, snap.
なん 素直なお人なのか。
I guess this is the true opponent.
それにしてもわらわと大ベルンカステル教との対決をただの一人の感染者もなくというのはいくらなんでももったいないというもの。
Don't stare at me like that, you two. I am merely just a witch of mashing.
呼んだのね、あの子。
Whomst? Me? Oh! It's Satoko Takano, I guess. I don't know what to think of you anymore.
見つけたわよ。ようやく見つけたわ。ベルンカステル。
Oh shit.
ごきげんよ、ラムダ。あなたも暇ね。退屈を愛さない同士、再び巡り合うのは運命かし
バカな子ね。私に勝てたのはちょっとした運と相性の問題だとどうして気づかなかったのかしら。
Okay, what does that
それ
mean?
で天狗になってよりにもよってベアトリーチェに喧嘩を売るとは身の程知らずもいいとこね。
She has a fang. She's
ベ
kinda
アトリーチ
cute.
ェは強いわよ。私より残酷だしね。ほんのちょびっと。
Just a bit.
あとそれと人のことを勝手にラムだって略さないで。
She's just
れ。ベア
vanished.
トのバカね。この子はあんたのゲームであってもちっちゃかめっちゃかにするわよ。
Rest in heck. You a mess like the mess that Sotsu was?
ギャラリーとしてだけお呼びしたのではない。そなたがわらわと逆の目に張っているとお伝えしたら、今日はそなたの逆の目に張ると仰せになられた。
Okay. So they're gonna be fighting.
本当、まだ根に持ってるのね。
Oh. Oh, if that laugh isn't familiar.
私は宇宙最強の魔女なんだから。でもあんたに負けちゃったから最強じゃないの。だからあんたと敵対する相手は誰であっても私を味方するんだから。
I like her. She's cute.
というわけだ。大ベルンカステル教が相手ならば、この程度ではハンデにもならぬだろうが、余興にはふさわしかろう。
Oh boy, what's gonna happen?
好きになさい。バレてる以上、私も本格的にやらせてもらう。それがよかろう。もとよりわらわの辞書に手加減の文字はないのでね。ラムダデルタ教、この度の貴重な縁を楽しもうではないか。
ええ、こちらこそよろしくよ、ベアトリーチェ教。
Oh
こいつに
man.
は私も散々に栄養飲まされてるの。私たち二人で
I've been
叩き潰して
betrayed pretty bad by her.
しなきゃ腹の虫が収まんないのよ。
What do you mean?
こちらこそよろしくよ、ラムダ、そしてベアと。どういう勝敗になろうとも、これは私たちにとってとても有意義な戦い。
そうね、もちろん負ける気はないけど、私たちには勝敗以上に意義がある。
Okay. Which is?
何しろわらわたちは退屈を愛さない。
The three witches giggled, cackled, and guffawed.
その通り。
I just like how they're teleporting around like it's nothing.
感謝する。
They just do it because they just can.
やっと退屈から逃れられそうだわ。せいぜい私を楽しませなさい。ラムダデルタと二人がかりで。そうさせてもらうぞ。
How many games at once is Beatrice playing?
そ
Damn.
うと決まればベアと早速作戦会議をするわよ。その子の弱点は知り尽くしてる。それをすべて伝授してあげるわ。
Oh man.
にもかかわらず、ラムダデルタ教は親ぶれになられたと。
もう教えてあげない、教えてあげない。
Beato is queen of multitasking. I see. And there she goes.
しない御人であるな、ラムダデルタ教は。
I can imagine.
でしょ、面倒をよろしくね。あれで寂しがり屋なのよ。
なるほど。今流行る
She gets lonely easy. I see.
さすがはラムダデルタ教。
I see.
最先端でおられる。
もう行きなさいよ、あの子。あなたが追っかけてくるの待ってるわよ。
それでは失礼しよう。また次のゲームにて。
See you in chapter 3 and after I get my sleep. Don't stare at me like that. I just want to go to bed.
ごめんなさいね。厄介なのが来たけど、気にしないで。それより、ひどいことになったわね。私もラムダとのゲームで、だいぶ悲惨な末路というのを経験してきたつもりでいるけど、今回のは、群を抜いてひどいわ。あなたが膝を抱いて、心を閉ざしてしまう気持ちもわからなくない。こんな末路、あと何度もやられたら、100年を待たずに心が殺されてしまうわ。ベアトにカンパされてしまったから白状する。今のあなたはかつてラムダの世界に囚われていた頃の
Okay.
過酷な運命の迷路に閉じ込められ、魔女にいいようにいたぶられている。
I wonder if she's referring to
私はそこか
Higurashi.
ら生まれた魔女だから、あなたの姉に当たるのかもしれない。だからあなたに力を貸そうと決めたの。
How nice of you.
しかし私の運命に比べてもあなたのそれはあまりにもむごい。
Thanks.
同情どころか涙までもらってしまいそうなあまりに悲惨な運命。でもどうかくじけないで。ベアトになんか決して屈しないで。確かにあの子のゲームはあまりに卑劣。ゲーム版を少しだけ見させてもらったけど、その舞台仕掛けのいやらしさは多分ラムダデルタのゲーム版のそれをはるかに上回るわ。
Oh, damn.
しかも恐ろしいことに、あの子は駒を指すとき常に最善手を指しているわけではないの。ここがラムダとは大きく異なる点。ラムダは勝つために常に最善手で圧倒的な数の駒を指してくる。
So that you can win in certain.
しかしベアトはたまにわざと手を抜いて駒を指してくるの。困ったことに相手の指し手から手の内を探ろうとしている私たちにとってこれは非常に手強い情報のノイズ。厄介な撹乱になりうるわ。しかしチェスに例えるなら無駄な一手は相手にノイズを与えるかもしれないけれど、貴重な一手を損していることに違いはない。つまり付け入る余地はゼロじゃないってこと。あなたには信じられないだろうけども、今回のゲームもそう。あれだけ圧倒的な展開に見えて実は隙が
Beato is part cat, likes to toy her with her prey first. I guess.
つけ込ませたいかのように隙がある。それが罠なのかこちらを試しているのかわからないけど、とにかく屈服しないで、思考を止めないで、あらゆる可能性を否定しないで。あなたが戦う意志を持ち続ける限りベアトに勝ちはない。勝とうとするより負けないようにしなさい。認めたら負けなら断じて認めてはダメ。あなたに魔女を認めさせること、これがベアトリーチェの勝利条件の一つであることはもはや疑いようもないのだから。
I see, I understand.
私もあなたの味方であると公言した以上、できる限りの力になれるよう努力し、あなたも努力なさい。
Okay.
もしまだ膝を抱いているなら早く立ち直って。こういう時なんて言ったかしら。 そのファイトミパ
ー My heart! Rika! Thank you.
恥ずかしいわね。私がここまでしてあげたんだから早く立ち直りなさいよね。
I miss her. What the?
いたいた。
What? Can you not? I want to go sleep.
ちょっとかしら。本当にざまあないったらありゃしない。
Middle school me was cringe as fuck. I guess.
相変わらずベルンが選ぶ駒はしょぼいわね。チェスだってそうでしょ。駒が全部ポーンだったら勝ち目ゼロでしょ。駒が全部
I was ready to get up to go to bed and Ramda appears. Let me sleep.
まあ前回は私がついつい哀れになって好きな場所から駒を進めていいわよって言ったらベルンのやつお情けの空気も読めずに手持ちのポーンを全部入場させた状態から始めて、何よあれ、あんなの負けでもなんでもないんだから。思い出しただけでもムカムカするわ。
Oh boy.
そんなわけでこの私はベルンがギャフンとする顔を見ないと腹の虫が収まらないわけ。
That's great. Now can you let me go to bed?
ベルンの駒のあんたがそんなざまなんで私は最高にいい気分なわけ。しかもあの子はあれでいて本当に負けず嫌いだからきっと今頃悔しくって歯ぎしりをして涙をポロポロ流してるわよ。本当にざまあないわよ。ほらあんたも一緒に笑いなさいよ。
That's great, Ramda, but I can't laugh. My neighbors are sleeping. It's midnight over here.
ちょっとあんたまだ膝を抱いてるの？
No, yes!
ちょっと本気出されたくらいでもうそのざまなの？情けないったらありゃしない。
Don't call me pathetic, I'm sleepy.
あんまり情けないからちょっとだけ力を貸してあげるわ。この宇宙最強で絶対の魔女である大ラムダデルタ卿があんたの絶望的な勝率を
You can help me by finish talking and let me go to bed.
感謝なさい。
No! Just shut up and let me sleep!
ベアトリーチはね確かに残酷で強力な魔女かもしれないけれどなぜか甘いからよ。あの子はあと数手でチェックメイトできる局面を作りつつわざと詰めないくだらない駒を取ったり余計な駒を置いてより一方的な盤面にしてみたり早い話が勝ちが見えると遊び出す悪い癖があるってわけ。あんたやベルンにとって辛い様々な攻め手のほぼ私から見ればやりすぎの無駄もいいところ。つまりそれこそ好きでありチャンスでもあるってわけね。恐れるに値する相手じゃないでしょ。
That's great. That's lovely.
手段と目的を時に履き違える。そして悪い遊びが過ぎる。その結果自ら弱点を作り晒してさえいる。私のような最強の魔女から見ればなんでこんな余裕ぶったことをするのか理解できない。
I get it.
自ら勝率を下げてるなんてね。でもまあそのせいでベルンみたいな相手を読んでかわすタイプの魔女には非常に相性が悪いってわけよ。読みが効かないから。ベルンにとっては私みたいな素直で正直なタイプは読みやすくてやりやすいんでしょうね。ムカつくことに。
Yes. Annoyingly enough, like how you're not letting me go to bed.
タイプはベアと相性のじゃんけんみたいなものかしら。私がパーならベアとがグー、ベルンはチョキってとこね。
Please.
まあどうでもいいことかしら。確かに私のパーはベルンのチョキに負けるけど
Enough.
あなたにすごい超パーだったらチョキにだって勝てるでしょ。つまりこのラムダデルタ卿は超パーってわけ。
Cool. Satoko, go to bed.
少しは血色が戻ってきたみたいね。ベアとのやつローザとかいう駒をいじめて遊んでるわ。 一見すると本当に趣味の悪いやつだと思うでしょ。違うのよ。あんたが立ち直って戻ってくるのを期待して時間を潰して待ってるだけなのよ。わざと憎まれるようなことをしてあんたの義憤を引き出そうという手ね。ああ、やだやだ、そういう子って。じゃあ私は戻るわね。
Yes, please, just go. Let me go to bed.
ちょびっとだけ力を貸したのは内緒よ。別にあんたを助けたくて力を貸したわけじゃないんだからね。
Much appreciated. You just want to help Burn.
最強の魔女の私はベルンに負けて最強の座を奪われちゃったの。
You like Burn, just admit
で
it.
私はベルンからその座を取り戻さ
You
なくち
little-
ゃならないわけだけど、
You and your little lesbian
も
heart.
しここでベルンがベアトに負けちゃったら最強の座が今度はベアトに移っちゃうじゃない。まあ別に私はベアトから奪い返す方が楽だからいいわけだけど、それじゃベルンは私が打ち負かす。そして最強の座も私が取り返すの。別にあんたに力を貸すわけじゃないんだからね。ベルンを泣かせたら許さないんだから。
Cool. Is it over? Oh my god, it looks like it's over. Holy shit! Uncle... Oh, okay, that's the... Addition of a new game board. The new next episode all can be removed. Addition of new feature. You can find these features on the title screen. Great! It's time for bed! Okay, guys. Sorry if I'm gonna like cut short very quick now. It's super late. I really have to sleep. I have work tomorrow early. Thanks everybody for coming for this this really long Umineko stream. It's 5 hours. Holy shit! 5-hour stream. That's probably my longest stream ever. Have a good night, everybody. I already have my schedule posted on Twitter. Next week there's gonna be an art stream. Chapter 3, I'll see when I'll start it. You'll see my schedule in time to know when I do Umineko next. Alright, good night everybody. See you next Thursday. Bye!